Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the corner stage. There you go. Everyone has their fantastic. There you go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the corner stage, and my name is and I'll be your MC for this session. Okay, this year's theme is actually called Today 2030, right? Imagine it's 2030 and we have reached one of humanity's all time greatest milestones, a 55% reduction in greenstone gas emissions. 2030 is a critical turning point on our road to a net zero economy in a milestone we cannot miss. Join us at South Summit as we time travel to 2030 to learn and become inspired by our future selves. We have made every sacrifice, made every tough decision, and adapted and innovated along the way to meet this goal. It's taken collaboration, creativity, and maybe even some luck, but we've made it. Come learn about the technologies and the disruptors who made the difference. Let's navigate this future together, as we won't get a second chance. The future is here. Be part of it to make sure it's the future you want. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me introduce you to our panel. First of all, the theme for this session is humanity, and the title is Brand Building and Engaging Gen Z. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Maria Ausberg de Lara, investor at Felix Capital. Our speaker, Isa Dezon, co-founder and managing partner at Dezon, as well as Pedro Henrique Yasmin, our group marketing director at Doze. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our speakers.
Perfect. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, perfect. Well, it's wonderful to see you guys. Thank you for coming in this beautiful non-rainy morning. And I'm especially excited for this conversation because brand building is something special in my heart, and really excited to have you guys here. I think we're in a very complex world today, full of contradictions. We keep hearing about a recession is coming, a recession is not coming. We see the layoffs, we see valuations coming down, but actually, consumers have kept on living and consuming, right? And so it's an interesting time in the consumer world. We're seeing commerce going from more convenience focused to more experience focused. We're seeing this new generation, Gen Z, who are full of contradictions. Actually, they say they like sustainable shopping, but then they shop fast fashion. They say they care about work-life balance, but then they care about comp. So yeah, it's an interesting time, and it's really a pleasure to have Isa and Pedro here from Dezon, the Berlin Group, two experts in trend forecasting and brand experience. So what's happening in the world? What does it all mean for the consumer world and trend forecasting? And let's start actually with some introductions. If you want to start, Isa, and then Pedro.
Thank you all for being with us today. I'm Isa, and for about 12 years I've been working in trend forecasting. Today I live in Brazil. I live in São Paulo. Over there. Europe. Can you hear me? No. Kind of? Better? No? Yeah? Cool. So I work with trend forecasting in Brazil, in the US, a lot of Europe, and a little bit of Asia. Working with social cultural trends, so 2 to 10 years ahead. But I'll tell more about it.
Very good.
Hi everyone, I'm super glad to be here and to have the opportunity to participate of this panel with a conference as South Summit. And to start, I want to introduce myself. I'm Pedro Henrique Jasmine, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a professor at PUC-Rio, and I'm also a TEDx speaker, so I did a TEDx. And during my career, I have the opportunity to work with brands as such Heineken, Adidas, Domino's, and since 3 years ago, I'm the marketing director of Group 12. It's the company of the ex-captain of Real Madrid, Marcelo Vieira, and yeah, let's share knowledge and experience. I'm super excited.
And just really quickly, I'm Maria, and I'm investor at Felix Capital. We're a VC firm based in London, investing in early and growth stages in technologies that are very connected to the end user, the end consumer, both on the B2C and the B2B side. So very connected to core shifts in human behavior. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. So let's get started. A couple of weeks ago, the Reddit's global head of foresight started questioning the meaning of trends. He was saying quite controversially that we had lost the meaning of the analysis of culture in trying to find what's cool. And I'm curious, from your perspective, in a world in which content can become viral in a matter of seconds, where do you see the value of trends, and what is the art and science of trend forecasting nowadays?
What I usually try to explain, especially when I'm also a teacher, so when I start my course, I always talk about 3 different times in trend forecasting and different ways of looking at trends. So we have what we now can call #trending, so everything we see on social media, and it lasts about 5 minutes. I'm joking, but it could last 6 months max. Then we have behavioral, social, cultural trends, which I call macro trends, which for me lasts between 2 to 10 years. And then we have futurism, which is looking at the conversion of technology, and then we're talking, above 30 years. So 10 to 30, 40 years, depending who you're talking to. We're quite accurate, I have to say. I used to doubt myself for a long time. And I think that kind of states that what we see trending on social media is actually a manifestation of either mega trends or macro trends. And that we have a tendency of focusing on these tiny trends, which is what's making product development and communication so challenging, because we want to respond in real time, but we're not paying attention to what has actually given life to those tiny trends. So the big cultural movements. So if you look at, I'm looking for authenticity, and then you'll see visual manifestations of that, which can mean many things if we're talking about fashion, if we're talking about beauty, if we're talking about consumer products and technology. So I think I've broken up into those 3 so that we please never get caught in the tiny trending ones, because if we're talking about product development, if we're talking about investment, if we're talking about brand building, you want to focus on much deeper long-term trends. But please.
Yeah, totally agree.
Let me know what you think.
Actually, I think that to start it's important to understand the concept of branding or the concept of brand building, because sometimes when you talk about branding, we are thinking about visual aesthetic, the way, key visual, brand book, but brand is much more than that. Brand is about culture, brand is about storytelling, brand is about authenticity. So it's important to get it together and understand when you work with trends, we are forecasting trends, we need to connect with the brand values.
Yeah.
And when you talk about science, I think the science part is more about data, analysis, metrics, and all the statistics around that. But when you talk about art, it's about understand the consumer's behavior, is understand the human changing, and forecasting trends is a mixing between these 2 abilities. And I think that's the most interesting part of this concept.
It's really interesting. And we keep hearing a lot about the economic trends in the market, but what are you guys seeing on the socio-cultural side of things, and how that is shaping consumer behavior at the moment?
Right now?
Yeah.
I think the biggest trend is that we're just scared. We're all very scared.
The only constant is change, basically.
We're trying to get used to that. The only concept is change, because I think that we have a hard time internalizing that as humans.
Yeah.
We don't like change, but then it's happening all the time, and that's kind of the duality of it.
Yeah.
But I do think that we are very driven now by fear, which is why, thank God, we're all speaking about ESG at South Summit, so that's good. And with investment, I think that we're talking a lot about mental health, and we're finally speaking up
Totally.
about how the pressure on the system and the need to be fast and fabulous and furious has made us a little cuckoo. And finally, we're speaking about that and how we built around there. And I think all of that is what we see as well coming out through the economic spectrum, as you began saying. So I think we can look into many, many different shades of the preoccupation of how do we live in the moment, but how do we not, burn into a ball of fire in very small time, I don't know, being very
Yeah,
realistic.
I totally agree. I totally agree. And I want to share an example from my country. I'm Brazilian, and Brazil is a huge country, and we have a strong soft power. So the music industry in Brazil is super strong as well. And Brazil is known globally for music as bossa nova, Brazilian funk, but nowadays that is changing because the Brazilian musicians start to make music for TikTok, because TikTok platform is growing up and increasing a lot and getting super popular in Brazil. So they start to design the songs, design the music for performing the platform. So
Yeah.
they are making shorter. They are focused on the chorus, like catchy chorus, and focus on 15 to 30 seconds for dance choreography. So that's shaping the culture. That's shaping a strong power from Brazil is the music, and yeah, for sure, trends can shape the culture.
Yeah, for sure. We're seeing a lot the content generation changing a lot, especially with the new generations wanting the short form content and TikTok taking over, and now actually with AI taking a big part in the new content creation process, right? So very interesting. And so what should be top of mind for companies trying to build strong brands globally in today's environment?
Okay, one top of mind I think is difficult, but maybe if I can, I will point like 5 points I consider is super important, but I will be quickly, don't worry. And I think for for brand building is important to bear it in mind. The first one is authenticity. So I think it's important to have like a genuine narrative and connect with your values, with your targets. The second one is desire. So you need to add value for your brand and make people want to consume your brand. Follow, I think, is communication. So you need to have like an open channel communication to allow feedback, interaction with the public. That's super important as well. Moving to this way, I think constantly. So need to be always posting, always investing, always acting, because you don't build a brand in the day for another. So it's important to have this in mind. It's about perception. So how people perceives your brand. And the last one maybe is creativity. So think outside the box, try different approach, try different formats. So I think that's important for have a successful branding.
I would add that I think you need to know who you want to speak to. And today that is changing. Although we're at a table that we're speaking about a generation, I'm not the one who agrees that we should try and speak to a generation or the other. I think we need to look for people who have lifestyle choices that are in common. And that defines us much more than our age, our social cultural background, and the other sort of socio-political denominations that define us, supposedly. I think we're much more defined by our taste and our choices, and I think that is super important, that we know who we're talking to within everything. I agree 100% within everything you said, because otherwise when we start meetings saying, I want to talk to everybody, no. I want to talk to every woman, no. I want, we need to
it's
be
impossible
more
to generalize, basically.
assertive, exactly, in order to be constant, as Pedro said.
Yeah. And on the other side, what are the common pitfalls or mistakes that you've seen brands that you've worked with make as they try to scale really quickly?
Expecting a lot in a short period of time. We need to. When Pedro says, I think when you speak about consistency, authenticity, it's long term. So we're going to have to plan that we can keep momentum for 3 years, for 2 years. If you try and make it happen and work within 6 months, which is often the case with startups, of course, but if we have the opportunity to plan in a little longer term, it's very important, because I think that one thing we're learning is that every platform requires a different model, requires a different language. So we try to put the same content on all of our platforms. We try to create the same language, which is very true to the company, but then we don't pay attention to who and where we're talking to. So I think that is a common mistake.
And just quickly follow up on that. How do you deal when you have brands that are coming from different countries? Is there like a cookie cutter model that you use on brand building, or what's the?
I'm a small consultancy firm where I define my work as made to measure. So we really work with every company differently. And I've had companies come from China, from the US to Brazil, and help them get in. And it really depends. If you are from a certain country that has a know-how, and that is something that is intrinsic to your company and your culture, that makes sense. Let's keep that value and let's push that forward. If what you're doing could have been done by a company of any nationality, then we really need to focus on how to mesh well with where you're going to, and that can be Brazil or anywhere else, I think.
Yeah,
actually, I totally agree. Actually, I totally agree. But I think maybe the biggest mistake is giving up where you're firm. So you cannot negotiate some things. So you cannot negotiate culture, you cannot negotiate anything is not aligned with your brand. So I think that's important to follow the strategy, and thing is about building like a long-term job. I think that's the most important. And if you don't do that, it's the biggest mistake for sure.
Okay, very good, thank you. So we're seeing e-commerce coming down a lot in the last months, especially coming out of COVID and moving much more into a more omni-channel approach. So I'm curious, what do you guys think of the optimal distribution strategies for brands these days, and how can brands best create a more experience-based customer interaction with their consumers?
I believe nowadays marketing is much more than just selling products. Market is about make connections, brands with values, brands with audience. So when you think in this way, experience can be like a really good asset, a really good strategy to connect people with the brand. So invest in experience is much more of connect people, create memories. So when you do this, you turn your audience to an active participant. So I think it's super nice for the branding.
I always ask, where is this data compared to? And I should have asked you this before we sat here, but like compared to before the pandemic, after the pandemic, in-app, I think data always depends at where you're coming from. My number one critique about e-commerce is that if you're buying something that is €100, or if you're buying something that is €10, it all looks the same. So that's for me the first issue in experience, is there is no experience in e-commerce as we are today. We have very standard pages that look all the same, that give us no experience, no flavor. The content is not connected except for very, very few cases that I can mention here, like Paper Magazine and Google, who did an interactive magazine that you could buy within and things like that. So I really think that it is very boring. And you buy online the very functional things, and that is becoming very automated thanks to Alexa and Amazon Prime and all these things that are helping us out. But I think there's still a lot to explore in terms of experience that goes far beyond VR, AR. I'm not talking about super sophisticated systems that I have to be immersed within, but just making that experience online more pleasurable. Nobody likes paying, right? The cashier. That is number one complaint we have when I go to any conference that speaks about retail. Like, nobody likes paying, basically, and this is general in every culture. So how do we make that experience more interesting, and how do we take all this content? We are flooding in content. Companies are making much more content than any client is capable of absorbing. How do we mix that with commerce is, to me, the big question of the next few years.
Yeah, totally. And making the experience much more personalized as well. No, I think that we're diving a lot into the AI side, and that is a huge opportunity for consumer brands
Absolutely.
to be much more relevant to the end users. Yeah. So let's move gears a little bit to Gen Z. Let's unpack this new generation of consumers, because oftentimes I find it funny that people talk about them as if they were a new breed. And and if you look at their behavior, actually some of the things that they do, it's just like a time in their life, no? Like we were the same at that age, no? Like we didn't have as much disposable income, we were living with our parents. So I'm curious to hear from your perspective what is truly unique about Gen Z, and rather what is just a time in their life that we've all gone through, different generations.
I think the two things that I can see, and I'm sure we have 100, but I'll say two that to me are top of mind is obviously the question of being digital natives, which doesn't mean that they're digital savvy, which is a big confusion we have. They are just inside the internet all the time. Doesn't mean that they know what they're doing or that they know how to do it. They're less confused than millennials because we still remember faxes and beepers and things like that. They don't. But that doesn't, nobody taught them how to deal with this amount of information, content, and access. And so I think there is that sort of general confusion. And then again, I come with the idea of fear. They have born in a time where it's not that we're more afraid or more chaotic than we were in the 30s, 20s, 40s, or things like that, but they're flooded by this information in real time. So it's the conversions of the fear with the real time that to me is what defines their more pragmatic behavior, their more action-led thought, which after all of us great talkers, millennials that didn't do much, they're like, okay, we got to, get speed this up. And so I think that is kind of what leads them to be the most defining characteristics that are not necessarily because of just their age and the fact that age is changing as well. So if what we used to do until 30 for millennials, Gen Z, boomers is very different when you're looking at building families, what is family? How are you going to live in your family? I love the expression of interspecies families. So we're now considering our dogs, our plants, because maybe we'll have less children or no children at all. So I think that is what is actually changing, the changing motivation behind it.
Yeah, actually, I think it's early to have like a decision about Gen Z because we need to see how it will work because they are just like 15, 17 years old. So you need more time to talk about if they are unique, if they are different. We cannot say right now. But in fact, they born already connected in a very digital way, in a very digital context. So I think that's the biggest point. So they are more close to the technology and digital stuffs than other generations. And I think that's the biggest difference between the generations.
And what should be top of mind for brands that try to be relevant to Gen Zs?
Actually, I think the top of mind for brands is understand. Actually, I believe the Gen Z aware more about micro levels issues than other generations. So the Gen Z care more about social, environmental causes. So if you are a brand, you must connect with this generation with the social, environmental cause. So you need to look these causes in a genuine way to connect with Gen Z, because in fact, I believe the key is have authenticity and be more sensible of this cause, because that's what they expect from a brand. I think that's the point.
Yeah.
And adding on to that, I think they're expecting the truth. And brands and companies are not necessarily accustomed to telling the truth. And if you don't tell the truth, they will figure it out. And they will tell you about it. And they will tell everybody about it. And they will share and scream about it. So if it's not truthful and authentic, maybe don't do it. Because you'll have to pay the price later. And we know that we can spend 10 years building a brand, and it might take a couple seconds for the castle to, come to ruins. So how do we keep truthfulness and authenticity and make sure? I have companies that even when they have, oh no, I'm launching a sustainable collection, I say, don't tell anybody about it. Don't tell anybody about it until it works, until it's more important in your company than the non-sustainable part. Because once you start talking about it, it becomes, it can often become a liability.
Yeah, no, completely. And so two last questions that for parting thoughts, and then we'll open up for Q&A. But each of you, can you tell us what is the one or two top trends that you forecast in the consumer world in the next year or two?
I can start. It's okay. I'll go with two. I think but I will be quickly. Don't worry. The first one, I think, for the experience. So, I think the technology will have to increase the experience of the customers in the next year. And the second one, I think, is about data. So, I believe the customers want to have the data back, to have the control of their own data back. So, probably that will be discussed a lot during the year, but I think that point is super relevant for the discussion.
I think there are two big things that are very important. The first one is not to focus only on Gen Z, and so please look at the aging world we are living in and think about the fact that the healthy, privileged ones of us will be 80 and kicking. And so we need to change everything in terms of ergonomics, how we move, user X, how do we speak to people, how do we understand. We need to make everything trans-generational. We need to stop making things just for young people or just for older people. The second big trend for me is resting. We have to learn how to rest. We are not machines. If we are always on, we don't work well. And there's a very funny meme. Brazil is moved by memes. I don't know if you guys know this, but like, if you want to viralize in Brazil, meme it out. And there's
Spain
a meme
also.
where
Welcome to Spain.
there's this meme of a robot that got tired and he falls down, and they're calling it, the burnout robot. So we're all kind of burnout zombie robots. So if we don't learn how to rest and how to make that important and how to make that a fundamental right to our teams and ourselves, we will all burn out. So yeah, sorry.
All right. And last question from me, at least. What's one or two contrarian views that you have on the consumer trend side that people would just think that you're crazy or that?
I have one I always say is that our use of the internet now can be very compared to our use of like cigarettes a while back. If we tell kids that we used to smoke cigarettes on planes and we used to walk up the stairs and the doctor used to smoke in the well, not long ago in Spain we could still smoke inside and all this, to me that's exactly how we're using the internet to our demise. So we need to get better at how we use technology before we blame technology for everything, because we're giving all of our space to technology, our brain space.
I totally agree. And actually, I have an example from yesterday. Yesterday, Apple launched a new product, a new device. It's called Vision Pro glasses. And these glasses are like virtual reality glasses. And I think that's amazing. That will make a revolution in the marketing, because it's a super revolution
technical
product.
revolution.
Yeah, but not for now, because the price is kind of expensive, so not many people can afford for these products. So I think it's like a long-term revolution, not a right now revolution. And I think yesterday I read like bunch of posts and reviews and all kind of stuff talking about the revolutions right now, but I don't think so right now. I think it's like a long-term revolution, and yeah, that's my opinion.
Yeah, very good. Well, thank you very much, guys.
Do we have time for questions?
Should we
No.
open it up for? Do we have time or no? Okay. So yeah,
ask us
thank you.
questions afterwards. We'll be here.
Thank you, guys. We'll be around afterwards if you guys have any questions. But
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now we'll be going for our next session. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Corner Stage. My name is Pinky, and we'll just like to thank our global partners, where their names are Endosa, Total, Sabadell, Mutual Madrileña, Weira, BBVA, and Google for startups. So for our next session, the theme is nurturing, and our title is Ocean Astronauts. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our moderator, Olga Villacañas Beades, the founder and impact director at Ocean 52, as well as our speaker, Antonio de la Rosa, extreme athlete Meridianoraid and Ocean 52 ambassador, as well as Jody Boada, our from Hidden Deserts. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our panel.
Welcome to everybody. Soy Olga Villacañas de Ocean 50, fundadora y directora de Ocean 52. Para que no lo sepáis, es la única empresa de bebidas que destina el 52% de los beneficios a la protección del océano.
No se oye, no, Olga.
¿Empiezo de nuevo? No. Hola, ¿ahora sí? Vale, buenos días. Sí. Buenos días, soy Olga Villacañas, cofundadora y directora de impacto de Ocean 52. Ocean 52 es la única empresa de bebidas que destina el 52% de los beneficios a la protección del océano. La charla de hoy, que tengo el gusto de introducir, es Ocean Astronauts, ciencia y aventura extrema para la supervivencia de la humanidad. Y es que estamos hablando de eso, de la supervivencia de la humanidad, porque estamos a punto de llegar a ser 8.000 millones de habitantes en el planeta. Consumimos agua y recursos a una velocidad mucho mayor de la que el planeta se puede permitir. Ya en el 2022 hemos consumido 1,75 planetas, ¿vale? Los humanos que estamos aquí. Y destinamos muchos recursos en buscar vida, buscar recursos en otros lugares en el espacio. Pero no estamos dedicando los mismos recursos, a pesar de que las tecnologías son las mismas o muy similares, para utilizarlo para abordar lo que es el conocimiento de las profundidades del océano, donde ahí puede haber la solución de muchos de los problemas que tenemos actualmente planetarios, ¿no? Ya lo dijo hace décadas John F.K., dijo que el tema de conocer el océano no era un tema de simple curiosidad, es que podría estar ahí la solución para la supervivencia de la humanidad. Y bueno, hay otro tema también que, no sé, hay estudios que dicen que desde el punto de vista psicológico el océano, a pesar de que somos agua y somos el planeta azul, resulta que es algo como lejano, y a nivel psicológico dicen que no estamos conectados, ¿no? Entonces, aquí vuelvo a citar a una persona que para nosotros pues, nos hace seguir mucho, es Jacques Cousteau, que dijo que hay que conocer para amar y amar para proteger. O sea que si queremos proteger aquello que nos va a permitir la supervivencia en el planeta, tenemos que empezar por conocerlo. Y para esto pues hoy cuento con dos personas muy cercanas a Ocean 52. Antonio de la Rosa es aventurero extremo, deportista extremo, aventurero y astronauta del océano. Y astronauta es porque ha desafiado límites humanos para explorar lo inexplorado en el océano. Bueno, más allá de otros, pero sus últimas hazañas, sus últimos retos uno de ellos ha sido cruzar el Pacífico en solitario a remo desde San Francisco hasta Hawái, 4.700 kilómetros remando durante 76 días sin parar, para destacar la importancia o el problema de los plásticos en el océano. Y este último año pasado, al final, en enero, cruzó desde la Patagonia a la Antártida remando de nuevo por el mar de Oces, repitiendo pues, la hazaña de exploradores antiguos como perdón que no he dicho dentro presentación, como Shackleton, ¿vale? Y por otro lado tenemos a Jordi, bueno, bienvenido Antonio, tenemos a Jordi Boada. Jordi Boada es oceanógrafo y ecólogo marino, trabaja en el Centro de Estudios Avanzados de Blanes, pertenece al CSIC, está especializado en ecología de los bosques marinos y lo que analiza son el impacto que está teniendo el cambio climático, tanto de la subida de la temperatura como de la acidificación de los océanos en estos bosques de macroalgas y cómo poder buscar la manera de regenerarlos y de protegerlos, ya que pensamos mucho en los bosques terrestres cuando estamos pensando en mitigar el cambio climático, pero gran parte de la absorción del dióxido de carbono y del oxígeno que tenemos en el planeta viene de nuestros océanos, con lo cual los bosques marinos hay que protegerlos tanto o aún más, ¿no? Entonces, buenos días, Jordi. Empiezo con una pregunta para los dos, Antonio y Jordi. Hace ya, en los años 90, la sonda Magallanes ya pudo hacer un mapeo de toda la superficie de Venus con una resolución de menos de 100 metros, ¿vale? En cambio, cuesta que tengamos esa información del fondo de nuestro océano, que lo tenemos mucho más cerca. ¿Creéis que vosotros que habéis estado en las profundidades, os habéis desafiado las corrientes del mar, su inmensidad, es tan difícil de abordar?
Bueno, empiezo yo si quieres. Bueno, lógicamente, yo particularmente creo que el que estemos intentando llegar a todos los planetas son intereses económicos, lógicamente, intereses que, por lo que sea, las grandes multinacionales no ven en el fondo del océano, ¿no? Hay que pensar que a la Luna se llegó en el año 69. En el año 60 ya se había bajado a más de 10.000 metros a la fosa de las Marianas, ¿no? A casi 11.000 metros, con lo cual realmente los recursos económicos para explorar las profundidades son mucho menores que los que pueden hacer falta para llegar a la Luna o a cualquiera de estos países. También creo que tampoco está tan mal que no se empiece a tocar mucho el fondo, porque a lo mejor el problema es que terminan extrayéndose recursos de ahí abajo. Entonces yo creo que eso sí, el día que empiecen a explorar por abajo, porque llegará un momento que empezarán a explorar, habrá que regular y legislar muy bien y controlar que sean solo fines científicos, ¿no? y este tipo de acciones.
Claro, a mí se me hace muy difícil hablar de mar inaccesible contigo al lado. Entonces, claro, retos contigo, tú te los comes todos, ¿no? Entonces, bueno. Pero sí que es verdad que es difícil, y para la ciencia del día a día, ¿no? Es difícil llegar a algunos de los rincones del mar, ¿no? Del océano, por recursos y por otras logísticas, ¿no? Es decir, nos enfrentamos a corrientes, aguas frías, no es tan fácil como salir al campo, ¿no? y coger datos. Nosotros nos enfrentamos a no poder respirar debajo del agua, vamos limitados en tiempo, entonces sí, ahí hay una barrera que tenemos que empezar a sortear y digamos que seguramente por esto estamos aquí, ¿no? Podemos empezar a utilizar la tecnología que tenemos disponible para seguir investigando más sobre el océano.
Claro, cuando decías de la parte de... O sea, bueno, hay estudios sociológicos, ¿no? Que dicen que cuando piensan en explorar, cuando pensamos y hablamos de explorar el espacio, si alguien piensa en explorar el espacio, pensamos en oportunidad, en algo optimista, ¿no? En hacer avanzar la humanidad. Siempre se ha hablado como eso, el pisar la luna, el gran avance de la humanidad, ¿no? En cambio, cuando hablamos dicen que hay... Las percepciones son que cuando estamos mirando al fondo del mar, lo que vamos a encontrar es, pues, especies invasoras, plásticos. Esto es lo que nos invaden las noticias, ¿no? Cada día no nos dan información a lo mejor sobre las maravillas que esconden y las soluciones que esconde también, aunque como tú dices, soluciones que hay que abordar de una manera sostenible y no cargándonos el fondo marino. ¿Qué creéis que hay que hacer para cambiar esta percepción del océano?
Dale tú,
bueno, simplemente conocerlo, ¿no? Como dice un dicho que hay que conocer para amar y respetar, y simplemente conocerlo, que todo el mundo pueda conocer las maravillas que tienen los océanos, hacer acciones y realmente también conocer la contaminación real que hay, participar en esas limpiezas que hay de playas, en ese tipo de acciones que hay, que esas ayudan a concienciar. Yo creo que no hay nadie que no esté en una limpieza de una playa o de cualquier otro sitio que no se dé cuenta de la gravedad que tenemos, ¿no?, ahora mismo con ese problema. Hacer conocer, llevar a los niños. Yo he hecho alguna acción con Ocean 52 precisamente. Hace poco yo tengo una empresa en la Sierra Norte de Madrid y después de un evento hicimos una pequeña acción de limpieza, y no hay que irse a las playas. En un arroyo cercano al hotel que estoy, en pleno Parque Nacional de la Sierra de Guadarrama, en poco más de 30 minutos recogimos casi 40 kilos de residuos de al lado del arroyo. Un arroyo que va al río Lozoya, al embalse a todo el valle de Lozoya y que pasa por Madrid, ¿no? Entonces es un lugar en teoría protegido y aún así hay muchísima basura que parte de esa terminará en el mar, ¿no? Entonces simplemente llegar a participar en estas acciones para conocer y respetar.
Totalmente, pero el 80% de la basura que llega al mar llega por los ríos, con lo cual el Lozoya es uno más de los que manda desgraciadamente basura al mar.
Que lo más importante es retomar ese contacto. Hay que redescubrir y tenemos que ser muy conscientes de nuestra dependencia total al océano. Provee alimentos. No sabemos tampoco la magnitud de los impactos. Ahora sí. Sí, somos muy conscientes, por ejemplo, de los efectos de las olas de calor en tierra, ¿no?, en las personas, pero no somos conscientes de lo que implica una ola de calor debajo del mar. Existen y son muy fuertes. El año pasado tuvimos en el Mediterráneo ola de calor durante todo el verano y por lo tanto tenemos que retomar esta idea, ¿no?, de cuáles son los impactos que como humanos estamos causando sobre estos ecosistemas de los que dependemos profundamente. Y eso pasa por educación, eso pasa por concienciación.
Antonio, cuando cruzaste el Pacífico, que aquí se abrían los ojos diciendo 4.700 kilómetros remando, pues sí, y solo con sus brazos, querías pasar por encima, aunque la corriente te llevaba un poquito más abajo, querías pasar por encima de la isla que no es tal isla, pero bueno, una sopa de plástico. ¿Por qué llamar la atención sobre el plástico? O sea, ahora has comentado el tema del... ¿Crees que la gente es suficientemente consciente de lo que está pasando? También ahora has estado en la Antártida y has tenido la oportunidad de estar con la organización Sea Shepherd también, con el tema de... Bueno, si quieres hablar también, aparte del plástico, sí, de lo que te han contado allí.
Bueno, efectivamente, hace 3 años crucé el Pacífico desde San Francisco a Hawái, siguiendo la corriente de California. Ya sabéis todos o casi todos que esas grandes acumulaciones de plásticos que se originan en los océanos es simplemente por ese, digamos, círculo que hacen las corrientes, tanto las corrientes de ida entre continentes como las corrientes de vuelta. Hay corrientes circulares en el Pacífico Norte, Pacífico Sur, Atlántico Norte, Atlántico Sur y en el Índico, ¿no? Estas corrientes circulares son las que hacen que se muevan esos residuos, sobre todo esa acumulación de plásticos y otra serie de residuos que no se degradan. Y lo que hacen es, bueno, como cuando tiramos de la cadena del baño, ¿no?, que vemos que gira, pues en el medio de esa acumulación es donde se juntan todos esos desperdicios. Y bueno, yo quería haber pasado por esa gran isla de plástico del Pacífico, que dicen que es la más grande del mundo, que tiene un tamaño superior al de la península ibérica. Realmente yo bordeé por esa corriente, pero aún así, todos los días me llegué a encontrar muchos restos de plásticos, restos de pesca también, muchas redes, cuerdas flotando. Y bueno, la verdad es que intenté en la medida de lo posible pues denunciar precisamente esto, porque el problema desde nuestras casas es que vemos que el océano es muy bonito, pero no llegamos a percibir eso, no llegamos a percibir lo que nos podemos encontrar a 2.500 kilómetros de la costa más cercana, ¿no?, esa gran acumulación de residuos que no se degradan. Entonces, bueno, siempre intentaba hacer un poco visible con mi embarcación, que además lleva el nombre de Ocean Defender, gracias a mis buenos amigos de Ocean 52 que me propusieron ese nombre, y estoy encantado de bueno, en la medida de lo posible y dentro de lo pequeño que yo pueda ser, denunciar esa acumulación de plásticos o cualquier acción que vea en el océano que no sea lo que tiene que ser.
Bueno, pequeño, pero conseguiste salir en la CNN y que todo el mundo se enterara y todo Estados Unidos estuviera viendo, y después aquí también en la televisión nacional.
Sí,
Jordi, para ver el océano, o sea, te has sumergido también como un astronauta, pero hacia abajo, en los fondos marinos. Explica un poco qué se ve cuando, o sea, no sé si todos los que estamos aquí hoy se han sumergido a veces, o sea, de verdad, más allá de unos metros de la costa y saber qué es lo que hay, o sea, qué nos encontramos.
Sí.
Y bueno, y después hablar de un poco de desiertos submarinos, que es tu especialidad, que hay desiertos que están mojados.
Eso es, sí,
Sí, y esto es nuestro cometido, ¿no? Uno de ellos es intentar descubrir dónde están, ¿no? Bueno, lo primero es que... No, ahora, sí. Romper la barrera que separa el aire del mar es difícil aún, ¿no? Entonces, cuando tienes la oportunidad de romperla y entrar y ver y vivir durante horas y horas debajo del mar, pues descubres un mundo nuevo, es alucinante, ¿no? La diversidad que hay, si tienes posibilidad incluso de visitar sitios pristinos, si tienes posibilidad de ir a la Gran Barrera, o los sitios que a mí me gustan más, que son los más fresquitos, ¿no? Donde tenemos estos bosques de algas que son comparables a los bosques de tierra, pero nadie los conoce, ¿no? La mayoría de la población no los conocemos. A mí me gusta explicar, ¿no? La sensación que tienes cuando entras en el mar, ¿no? de inmensidad, de tranquilidad. Somos poca gente, excepto cuando vas a estos sitios de reservas marinas donde hay mucho buceo y demás. Tenemos la posibilidad de explorar sitios únicos, ¿no? Y es una lástima cuando ves el contraste y te das cuenta de que estos bosques, por ejemplo, o los arrecifes de coral están desapareciendo. La pérdida de estos bosques de algas, que son súper importantes para la diversidad y la producción de alimento, la calidad de las aguas, desaparecen y nos dan lugar a otro tipo de hábitats que son... bueno, aquí lo que estáis viendo es cómo nosotros nos movemos para identificar y cuantificar cuándo pasa esto. Pero aquí, por ejemplo, ¿no? El bosque que tendría que estar presente ha desaparecido completamente por razones diversas. El cambio climático, tenemos que parar ya las emisiones de CO2 y otros impactos como la sobrepesca. Estamos perdiendo estos bosques de algas como si hablásemos de incendios en el bosque, pues debajo del mar. Entonces, esto es lo que nos proponemos identificar, cuantificar para poder, sobre todo el objetivo final, restaurar lo que hemos perdido, ¿no? Este, por ejemplo, es en el Mediterráneo y hay otro, creo que había otro ejemplo también. Son paisajes a priori bonitos, espectaculares, claridad del agua, pero completamente desiertos. Hemos perdido toda la diversidad de organismos que vivían.
Antonio, cuando te preparas, bueno, nadie tiene duda os podéis imaginar si es capaz de remar lo que rema, de su preparación física y mental también, muy importante. Cuando ya llevas, yo creo que ya cuando ya llevas un día remando, ya lo siguiente también es mental, totalmente. Pero déjame que lea, o sea, a los 13 años ya eras experto en piragüismo, natación y rugby. A los 19, el bombero más joven de la Comunidad de Madrid, que sigues manteniendo el
puesto, sí, no trabajo, pero...
¿Vale? Y a los 23 ya eras campeón de España de cuadatlón, lo que te llevó a ser un referente en el Road Ride de aventura. O sea, no ponemos en duda que estás preparado física y mentalmente, pero la tecnología, cuando te hemos podido seguir en tus expediciones, es impresionante, o sea, la preparación tecnológica que lleva también. ¿Cuál dirías que es el desafío tecnológico más difícil al que te has enfrentado en la última aventura, por ejemplo, y el no tecnológico?
Bueno, sin duda el desafío tecnológico de esta última expedición. En esta última expedición he conseguido ser la primera persona que navegue a remo y vela en solitario desde Cabo de Hornos hasta el paralelo 59, ya muy cerca de la Antártida, y he continuado esa navegación hasta Georgia del Sur, que se encuentra en el Océano Glaciar Antártico, un total de casi 2.500 kilómetros, 1.400 millas en 26 días. Sin duda, el desafío tecnológico más complicado ha sido pues, intentar analizar y estudiar esas previsiones meteorológicas. He navegado en el peor océano del mundo. Cualquier navegante que le hables del Cabo de Hornos ya se le ponen los pelos como escarpias, ¿no? Imagina de ahí bajar 600 kilómetros al sur, ¿no? Es el lugar donde se forma un embudo de todo el océano glaciar antártico que gira de izquierda a derechas y ahí es donde se crean las peores corrientes y los peores vientos. He tenido vientos que han superado los 100 kilómetros por hora, olas de 7 y 8 metros. Entonces, el primer desafío tecnológico era conseguir que la embarcación no se hundiera, porque hemos tenido que pensar muchísimo en eso. He tenido varios vuelcos de campana con olas grandes, incluso un doble vuelco de campana, y bueno, eso la verdad es que te asusta, pero cuando la embarcación está bien construida no hay problema. Se ha fabricado con las últimas tecnologías en Sinercia Racing Group, empresa española que se encuentra en Cartagena, en Murcia. Y luego la parte importante es sobre todo la previsión meteorológica, ¿no? Intentar tener partes actualizados a nivel de meteo. He tenido las mejores plataformas que me han enviado partes meteorológicos, pero el tema es lo que nos estamos encontrando hoy día, que las previsiones, cuando hace 12 años que llevo haciendo expediciones, hace 12 años, tú la previsión meteorológica prácticamente la clavabas en 5 o 6 días. Hoy día las previsiones no aguantan 24 horas, es sorprendente. No quiero pensar mal, ¿no? Pero bueno, esto tienen que dar un vuelco porque mirad lo que nos estamos encontrando, ¿no? En pleno mes de junio parece que estamos en abril aquí en Madrid, ¿no? Y bueno, eso me ha afectado bastante. He tenido grandes temporales que no esperaba con 24 horas de antelación. Y bueno, por suerte la tecnología, a pesar de llevar muy buena tecnología en el barco, estoy acostumbrado a navegar con un mapa y una brújula en las carreras de orientación, porque en el medio de la expedición tuve inundación completa de la embarcación. Todo el sistema electrónico se me chafó y tuve que llegar a Georgia del Sur prácticamente con un mapa y una brújula, pero bueno, lo conseguí. Con lo cual, la tecnología está muy bien, pero hay que tener siempre recursos.
Y Jordi, hablabas antes de la barrera, ¿no? Que era el tener, bueno, no respiramos debajo del agua, el que tenemos pues esa barrera aire-agua. ¿Cómo crees que la tecnología puede ayudar y cómo se puede avanzar en la detección de desiertos submarinos y de la recuperación de estos?
Sí, pues de muchas formas, ¿no? Quizá una de las características de la ciencia, y especialmente en este país, ¿no? Ha sido pues exprimir al máximo los recursos que tenemos. Entonces, saber qué tecnologías están disponibles nos ayuda muchísimo a esta exploración del océano, nos ayuda muchísimo. Por ejemplo, hoy traigo este dron, que es el que usamos habitualmente. Es uno de los drones más sencillos que tenemos en el mercado, pero nos permite cartografiar zonas costeras hasta 20 metros de profundidad. Entonces, lo que estamos intentando hacer ahora es empezar a coordinar los trabajos clásicos de ecología que hacíamos, ¿no? De ir debajo del mar, medir, aquí hay posidonia, aquí hay bosques de algas, aquí hay un desierto, con esta información de alta resolución milimétrica para poder incrementar nuestro conocimiento. Esta es una de las posibilidades que tenemos hoy en día. Y por lo tanto, sí que la oceanografía siempre ha tirado mucho de esta tecnología, pero la parte de la ecología ha ido un poco detrás siempre. Estamos intentando apretar por esa vía.
Bueno, se nos acaba el tiempo, yo me quedaría aquí, seguiría charlando, pero brevemente, o sea, para explicaros a todos que de los ODS el número 14, que es vida submarina, es el que menos recursos se destina desde las empresas, es el menos cuidado, a pesar de que, como vuelvo a decir, somos el planeta azul. Entonces, ¿qué creéis que las empresas que están aquí hoy y todos debíamos hacer para cambiar esto, para realmente ver que las soluciones al cambio climático, a la resiliencia con todo lo que está pasando, pasa por invertir y por proteger el océano? ¿Qué creéis que pueden hacer las empresas que están hoy aquí?
Bueno, sin duda escucharnos a nosotros y seguirnos, ¿no? Para darse cuenta de la realidad que nos encontramos en los océanos. Es muy barato explorar el océano, yo creo, en comparación con otra serie de gastos. Recientemente coincidí con Héctor Salvador, ingeniero jefe de la empresa Tritón, que tiene submarinos en Barcelona, con presupuestos que no te asustan. Bueno, a mí sí, ¿no? Porque tengo poca pasta, pero seguro que a muchos de vosotros no. Y curiosamente, él había estado en la fosa más profunda, aparte de haber estado en la fosa de las Marianas. Coincidimos hablando en la Antártida y él había estado, yo no conocía a nadie que hubiera estado donde he estado yo, en Georgia del Sur, y él había estado 100 kilómetros más al sur, en las Islas Sandwich del Sur, que resulta que allí se encuentra otra otra gran fosa que tiene 8.500 metros de profundidad, la profundidad casi del Everest, pero para abajo. Precisamente se llama Meteor, la fosa, o sea, qué curioso. Y él había estado buceando allí y había llegado hasta el fondo del mar con una expedición de Barcelona, con un presupuesto pequeño, con lo cual yo creo que si una pequeña empresa puede llegar al fondo del océano, ¿por qué no se puede llegar a considerar arreglar y limpiar el océano, lo que nos encontramos con presupuestos pequeños y investigar y conocer un poco más lo que tenemos ahí debajo, ¿no?
Yo sí puedo añadir un par de cosas, ¿no? La ciencia tiene que hablar más con las empresas tienen que hablar más con la ciencia. Navegamos en el día a día en el límite del conocimiento. La información que tenemos de ciencia básica puede ayudar mucho a las empresas a lograr esos objetivos que se proponen, ¿no? A pasar del hype, que es muy necesario, a lo tangible y los resultados, ¿no? Entonces, vamos a aprovecharnos también de esta comunicación a dos vías.
Yo para finalizar deciros que sí, que desde Ocean 52 nos pasamos el día hablando con la ciencia y realmente es de donde surgen, o sea, ellos tienen las ideas y saben lo que hay que recuperar, entonces es canalizar, para nosotros es un gusto poder estar cerca de ellos y canalizar todo lo que hacemos a una misión tan importante como la protección del océano, ¿no? Y os invito a todos a eso, que conectéis con la comunidad científica también y busquéis soluciones, que lo mejor es hacer eso, o sea, la ciencia tiene la información y las empresas tienen muchas veces la solución. Entonces, conectados, yo creo que podemos llegar muy lejos y proteger el océano entre todos. Así que muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. What we'll do now, pardon me. What we're going to do is just move along because we need the headphones. Thank you so much for coming. and gentlemen. You'll find out that you will hear me through your headphones. Wonderful. Welcome to the corner stage. My name is Pinky, and I'll be introducing some of our speakers today. So the theme is Innovation and Ecosystem, and the title is Navigating the Energy Transition, Repsol's Insight from Engaging with Technology Startups. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panel, Humayun Bagheri, Entrepreneur Fund at Repsol Foundation, and our speaker, Sandra Busk. My bad. And she's with Open Innovation at Repsol Tech Lab. And as well as Berta Moreno. And Berta is with H2 and Synthesis at Repsol Tech Lab. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our speakers a round of applause.
Te pongo esto un poco. Can we start? I didn't hear anything you said, so yeah. Yes? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for coming to this talk. We are very happy to have you here. My name is Humayun Bagheri from the Entrepreneurs Fund of the Repsol Foundation.
Hello, yes.
Today I have the honor of having Sandra Blasquez.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me, no?
No.
Let's get closer.
We have to get...
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So today I have the pleasure of having Sandra Blasquez, who's the head of Open Innovation at the Repsol Tech Lab, and also Berta Moreno, who's a technologist specializing in hydrogen and synthetics at the Repsol Tech Lab.
Yeah.
And we're going to tell you a little bit about our experience at the Entrepreneurs Fund and the Repsol family in general, about how we engage technological startups in the energy space. Clearly, it's a common aphorism nowadays that to get out of the problems that we see due to climate change, that technology will be a fundamental key for solving some of these problems. Of course, technology is also what got us here, but it's also what many believe will help us solve our problems. No? And probably this message has become even stronger the last 2-3 years in what many would think of as sort of proto-apocalyptic times that we had. We had a pandemic, we had a war in Central Europe that has shaken the energy map at the industrial heartland of Europe. And for many of these problems that we see, people or institutions and countries and people are looking at technology for the solutions. And we've seen this in the pandemic, right? 2 startups that were barely known, except maybe in specialized circles in the biotechnology, brought us vaccines in collaboration with larger corporations and academia. We've seen something very similar with clean tech, where we see a very diverse range of actors bringing in highly innovative, sophisticated solutions to the technological problems and potential solutions that we could offer. So despite these difficult times that we've had, the message is also positive in the sense that, I've been around science and technology for more than 25 years, perhaps, and I don't think I've ever seen such level of enthusiasm, sophistication, independent thinking in the ecosystems of science, technology, corporations, startups that I see in the last couple of years. And at the Entrepreneurs Fund of the Repsol Foundation, we want to tap into this energy. We want to tap into the innovation. We want to tap into the networks that people in this large community are constructing. So maybe before we get into talking about the lessons we've learned in this engagement, that the Entrepreneurs Fund has been around for about more than 12 years now. If this works, let's see. If it doesn't work, we'll do it without the... Okay, yeah. So let me tell you about, I don't have my glasses, so I have to look at this way because I don't see what's on there. Okay. So the Entrepreneurs Fund is part of the Repsol Foundation. The Repsol Foundation is a non-profit organization, independent entity, closely related to Repsol, the energy company. But we have our, as I said, we are non-profit. We have our own mission statements and what we want to do in order to benefit society among various parameters. And what I'll talk about today is the Entrepreneurs Fund, but if you're interested and you go on our website, Fundación Repsol or Repsol Foundation, you will also see our impact investment wing, which has become very important at the foundation. We also have volunteer work, and we also have educational programs around clean tech and energy transition. And we're not a huge program, but we're very selective at the Entrepreneurs Fund. We pick about 5 or 6 startups a year. We've been doing it for about 12 years. And we're quite proud of this heritage because due to the selectivity, we can focus on startups and help them along their journey to make sure that they have a high survival rate, 75%. We've done about 72 startups. We have a huge network of industry and technology experts and also business and financial experts. Today I have the pleasure of having 2 of these experts with me. And we've also seen that there's been quite success of for these startups in the market posterior, so that they can raise funds up to 400 million that they've raised within these 72 startups. And we look forward to being able to do this further with newer startups as the years come by. And what we offer, just briefly before we go into the discussion, as I said, we focus on the energy transition. We might be looking at Industry 4.0, low carbon, new materials, biotechnology, all these sort of trees within the technology space. In the end, we have a goal that we want them to circle back on clean tech, energy transition, new materials, okay, sustainability in general. Despite the different branches of the tree, we want to focus back on the energy transition. And what we offer is usually an ad hoc work plan, which means that we look at the specific needs of the startup from a technological perspective, from the business plan perspective, and design a program that we think will benefit them best in order to develop that technology, prove it, and be in a position to bring it in market and hence have a viable business model, business in general. And what's probably most special about our program in comparison to many others that might be out there is that since we have a huge industrial network within the Repsol family, so to speak, so we have access to all kinds of business units with their associated technologies, okay? This can be anywhere from, let's say, renewable fuels to renewable energy per se. It can be AI for industrial applications. It can be also digital for client applications. And so this network, we try to leverage it for the startups that come with us, so that it is not only that we provide money, we do provide some financial support for a year for them to design a pilot, but we want that pilot to be done in an industrial setting or in a market setting, so that when they come out of the acceleration program, they're ready to enter a market with a product or become highly attractive for investors to come into Series A funding rounds and be able to help them launch into highly successful businesses. And if this moves. Yeah, just a few examples. I'm not going to go into the details, okay? But there's a diversity of startups that we look at. It can be anywhere from fintech to renewable fuels to carbon capture, okay? And there's if you go on our website once again, Repsol Foundation, Entrepreneurs Fund, you'll see the history of some of these companies, and you will see that most of them are in the energy space. And in this context, when we do accelerate these startups, we have our expert committees. We form expert committees from business to technology to corporate venture, and this is why we have the pleasure of having Bertrand Sandra here today. Sandra is the head of open innovation, as I said. Can you still hear me? Because the microphone is changed. Okay. Yeah. Head of open innovation. You were also in corporate venture in Repsol. from your experience in all the advisory committees that you've been on, what do you think are the things that startups need to do in order to become attractive to investors?
Well, I think that especially for our sector, our energy sector,
Yes.
first at the beginning, for the startups, it's difficult to understand how a traditional oil and gas industry works, because we were not used to work with the startups, because the traditional oil and gas companies don't in the past doesn't need it. But now it's time to open our doors and open for the solution and for the startups that we need in order to boost our energy transition. So the things that I can show in the Entrepreneurs Fund, it's sometimes they have difficulties to understand our industry sector because the oil and gas company weren't not open.
Yeah.
But now, yes, we are now changing for a traditional oil and gas to a multi-energy company. So we are open our minds, and I think for the startups is the sweet moment for collaborate with us. So understand the industry was difficulty, but now I think it's changing.
Yeah, in fact, if some of the data I've seen, the investment in startup generally in Europe has almost doubled in the last 2-3 years. Before it was that most of this investment would be in North America, and now we've seen this trend in Europe. So you seeing some of that in your corporate venture activities?
Yeah, well, and
Activities.
the clean sector is
Yes.
growing,
Yes.
and for this change that we need the startups. And one of the things that we can do for working with them is invest in the startups. And for the Entrepreneurs Fund, for the specific for Repsol, it's a very good example how we can know these startups, because the list that we saw before, the Corporate Venture Fund has invested in 3 of them.
Yes.
So I think that it's really good space for collaborate, and all the startups that are now related with the energy transition energy transition are good for us, and it's a proof that the commitment is we have also invest on them.
Right, because you develop a relationship with them, and then
they are
you know how they operate.
Not
and
only
they
invest,
know you.
Not only invest in them, also develop projects, internal projects with another partners also. So we really believe in this solution and in these startups.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to ask, follow up with you, Berta. You are a scientist, technologist. We have you as an advisor in some of the startups that we either evaluate or accelerate. And in the last few years, we've seen a resurgence of interest in, for example, chemical forms of energy, right? Hydrogen, e-fuels, biofuels. Despite the diversity of all these technologies, right? Do you see commonalities that mark the ones that are going to be successful in your view from a technological and business perspective?
I don't know if you can call it a pattern or else it, but they really share some trends. And from what we see when we...
I'm going to move, but...
Sorry.
No, sit.
Yeah, okay. Well, from what we see when we meet them is that they usually have a strong proposal. So it might not be the more mature one, but the basic of the technology it's well defined. It also has, they usually have a established roadmap with seems logic in the scale up of the technology, which I think it's also important for us to evaluate and to see. And then they usually have they usually have teams which are equally balanced. I mean, they have a strong the scientific part, the technical part I don't know if it's now.
No, because the echo, only they hear it. For us, it's irrelevant if you have a microphone.
Now?
A lot of noise. Yeah, I know. No? Okay. So they usually have very balanced teams. So they will have a technological team with a scientific background, technical background, and then they have the business development team, which is also pro in the activities they have. So I think that that's the combination of what they usually, or the features that usually help them to succeed.
Okay, thank you.
And
Yeah, please.
regarding
go
on
ahead.
that,
I'm going to move around. Yeah.
an important thing that Berta says, it's all about people.
Yeah.
I mean, the people have to be in the specific role, but also the people has to be reliable. So when we in the corporate venture fund, when we assess to invest in one startup, it's a really important point to know well the team.
Okay.
Because we have to trust on them. They have to be humble. Because sometimes the technology they develop is in a low TRL. It doesn't matter. We are here to help them and to boost their solutions, but we need to trust on them.
Yes.
So it's all about people.
Right. So not only technology or
Not
business
only,
plans.
no.
Yeah. In fact, when you see them positioning them, I think you hear me. I don't need the microphone,
okay.
right? So when you see them positioning themselves to attract Series A funding, and you've been there during the voyage with them, I mean, what do you think are the things that they should have sort of the ducks in a row in order to be able to attract investors? What are the patterns you see that lead to success there?
Yeah, I think we need a good solution.
Yeah.
But also a good team. So we look for the P&L and the Excel supports everything, but it's not we don't see only the numbers,
So
the economics. Yeah.
That's the English version of el papel lo soporta todo.
Yeah,
Okay,
papel soporta todo. Yeah.
Excel. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'd like to ask you questions for both of you. Okay, and you can answer it separately. If you were sort of an independent entrepreneur, now that you've had this experience, you've seen all these entrepreneurs, and you were going to have a startup, right? Like, what are the questions you would ask yourself if you were going to start?
Well, first I will ask myself, what product do I have? Do I know my product? I mean, the science behind, the technology, the maturity of the project, the challenges. I think that you really need to know at which stage your product is, or my product will be. Then I will ask myself, do I have a team? Because I need to cover a lot of different areas. I need people for the technical part, finance. I need the business development team as well. So I need to know that everything is fully covered. And then I will ask myself also if I do have a business plan defined, and what is the strategy that I will choose to approach investors in order to succeed with my startup. So at some point, if to any of these questions I have a no, then I will ask myself, where can I find help, right? And I think that in this case, these accelerators are an answer to that questions, because they will cover a lot of aspects that will allow you to have a round and robust proposal.
Yeah. Maybe a follow-up to that, and then we come to, given that you've seen all these different technological startups, and many of them are sophisticated, as you were saying, but do you think, for your position of, having access to this different perspective as an advisor in industry context, do you see things that you could, that you see from your perspective that maybe somebody coming as a startup a little bit more isolated does not have access to, and you could contribute to that?
Yes. For us, as industrial partners and end users of this technology, what we can provide are requirements, technological KPIs for them to follow and probably to tune their developments to get a product that in the end we can use, which is the objective of the whole process. So what we find usually are when we have meetings with the startups is that they have very well defined the first steps on the developments, but then whenever they want to go for demo pilots, they really ask for a partner, because they want to build something that in the end is close to the final use of their development. And I think that in this sense, we can collaborate with them. We can envision with them the pilot that they may have. We can also accompany them at some point to achieve this pilot, and even can help them with our industrial assets for them to develop the pilot if it makes sense for all of us. You know?
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I think that it's one of the best strengths in the Entrepreneurs Fund to provide this possibility to perform piloting. And also in the Open Innovation Strategy, we have also a piloting program called Ideaction that is a program with a specific budget and in really low few months to perform a pilot. So it's another thing that we can offer to them.
Okay, great. And now going back to the question, if you were going to do a startup, what is the question that you would ask yourself?
Well, I will ask if I'm prepared for fail.
For what?
For fail.
For faith?
Yeah, fail.
Failure, okay.
Yeah, failure.
Okay.
It's a possibility, so
yes, sure.
It's a possibility. They have to be prepared for fail, but also it's, I think that being an entrepreneur is difficult.
Yeah.
So like ACDC says, perhaps a highway to hell.
Sure.
It's difficult, but they have to be prepared for, be stronger and to talk with a lot of investors, with a lot of corporates, and why not to open for alliance.
Okay, to be open to networking and alliance, right? And so, and you've, as I said once again, you've been spectators in the sort of the acceleration program as advisors. You know, if you entered an acceleration program, how would you go about making sure that you can take advantage of it, whether ours or others? You know, how would you go about?
If I was
now you enter an acceleration program, right? And you
like
want
an
to,
entrepreneur?
as an entrepreneur, and you want to capitalize on the ecosystem, right? What would you do?
Well,
how would you set it up?
Starting up,
capitalize on it. Yeah.
Talking about with a lot of investors and putting in value the solution, the team, and also how you can help or you can collaborate with the partner in order to be sure that it's a matter of reliability, but also to like Phoenix to be high again.
Okay, excellent.
I think that joining this kind of ecosystems is very interesting because you will come with a lot of experience accumulated from many years that can help you figure out those blank spots that you will have on your proposal. And I think that in the end you can get a very defined idea, and then the tools or the lever to commercialize it in the end.
Excellent. Well, I thank you both, Berta and Sandra, for taking time. We still have 2 minutes left. I would have loved to take questions from the public in these 2 minutes. I don't know if somebody has a question. I'd have to walk up to you and repeat it, or you have a microphone they could. Okay, sure. If anybody has a question, we have 2 minutes. Yes, please, the lady. I'm going to come with you. Yes.
You also work with startups that already have proven products in the market and they scale up.
Okay, so if we work with startups that already have a proven market and they want to scale up, we'll only engage such a situation if there's a new innovation involved. If it's just a, let's say, a scale up of something that is not going to be developed further, that is already proven, we know that it works, then it's more difficult. Maybe in the industrial setting more so, because usually taking something in an industrial plant to test and scale it up is by itself a science in itself. So there maybe we're open, but if it's just sort of a product that is going to be placed in the market, that's probably more difficult usually. Okay, any more questions? Okay, I've been told that you can also follow us on Twitter, I think @fundacionrepsol.com, and also hashtag Fondo de Emprendedores. Okay, Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
And gentlemen, please keep it moving because we have another session coming. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please do put on your headphones so that you can be able to hear me. Wonderful. Welcome to the corner stage. And our theme we continue with our theme, which is innovation and ecosystem. And our title for this session is Strengthening the Innovation Ecosystem of the Community of Madrid new program. Welcome our moderator, Federico Moran Abad, Director at Fundación Madrid, and our speaker, Ana Cremades, Research and Technological Innovation, General Director at Community of Madrid, as well as Lucia Erandenea, pardon me, Lucia, at GovTech Lab, Madrid Coordinator at GOB, as well as Jesus Rojo, Head of Unit European Programs and Technology Transfer, Fundación Madrid. And our last speaker is Eduardo Diaz, Head of Unit Entrepreneurship at Fundamental Madrid. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our speakers a round of applause.
Si no, es que queda un poco raro.
Gracias.
Nos darán un pasador de diapositivas. ¿Eh?
Buenas. ¿Se oye bien? Bueno, vamos a hacer esta presentación. Es muy rápida, con mensajes. ¿No se oye? Bueno, a ti no se te oye, pero
sí,
vosotros sí lo oís, ¿no? Vale. Va a ser muy dinámica, muy rápida, 4 intervenciones y lo vamos a hacer con una presentación que estará en inglés, pero la presentación, las palabras van a ir en español. Espero que esto no sea un grave problema. Voy a dar la palabra en primer lugar, voy a presentar los que estamos, aunque ya los tenéis. A mi izquierda está Ana Cremades, que es la directora general de investigación y tecnologías tecnológicas, innovación tecnológica en la Comunidad de Madrid. A continuación está Lucía Errandonea, que está en el proyecto de GovTech, trabajando en la fundación en este proyecto, que ahora os contará lo que es. A continuación, Jesús Rojo, que coordina y dirige el área de programas y proyectos europeos en la Fundación Madrid +D, y el último, pero no menos importante, Eduardo Díaz, que es el responsable también del área de emprendimiento tecnológico en la Fundación Madrid +D. Yo soy Federico Morán, el director de la Fundación, como tenéis en el programa. Bueno, le paso la palabra a Ana Cremades, la directora general, para que nos cuente un poco qué son los clústeres de innovación, los CITT, en la Comunidad de Madrid, este proyecto, qué alcance tiene y qué nos cuentas de ello. Te dejo el mando.
El mando. Vale. Bueno, pues me vais a permitir, muy buenos días a todos, muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos en esta presentación. Y yo lo que quiero hacer es poner un poco en contexto los clústeres y el porqué de los clústeres, ¿no? Y ese porqué está muy relacionado con la estrategia de investigación e innovación de la Comunidad de Madrid. No sé hacia qué lado tengo que...
¿Vale? No sé.
¿En cuál has dado?
Dale, a la flecha, pero dale con interés.
Vale, vale. Bueno. Vale. Bueno, pues, ¿qué queremos para Madrid? ¿Cuál es nuestra estrategia? Pues lo que queremos es proyectarnos en un futuro cercano como un hub de referencia a nivel internacional, desde luego como el hub de referencia del sur de Europa. ¿Qué queremos que sea Madrid? Pues todavía mejorar aquellas cosas que ya un poquito sí que somos, pero en las que tenemos todavía cuestiones para
es que quieren que se apague.
Para hacer... A ver, así, ¿me oís mejor ahora? Vale.
Ya
Ok.
está apagado. Lo apagas
Vale,
y-
bueno, pues lo que queremos es ser ese lugar de atracción del talento, ¿no? Atracción del talento científico e innovador que nos ponga en el mapa. Ya lo somos en cierto punto, ya somos atracción de talento. El segundo lugar ocupamos a nivel europeo detrás de Londres para puestos de trabajo de alto valor añadido, con lo cual yo creo que estamos haciendo bien las cosas. Tenemos un sistema universitario que es el más denso de toda España y por lo tanto estamos generando un talento que lo están pidiendo y solicitando las empresas, ¿no? Pero queremos ir todavía un poquito más allá. Vale. Ahora, entonces algunos conceptos pues muy rápidos y muy fáciles para que veáis cómo estamos. Somos líderes en la creación de empresas en el sector TIC dentro de la Comunidad de Madrid, de España. También tenemos el quinto centro de emprendimiento más grande, el ecosistema más grande a nivel europeo. Estamos ahí con Berlín disputando a veces cuartos, quintos, depende de las distintas variables que podamos mirar. Tenemos desde luego ese sistema universitario de generación de conocimiento muy importante, muy relevante a nivel internacional. También tenemos más de 130 incubadoras, coworkings, fondos, venture building, que hace tan importante, ¿no?, que el sector de las startups esté creciendo de una manera con una tendencia cada vez mayor, y somos líderes nacionales en todas las empresas que tienen que ver con ingeniería. Somos también una comunidad que está en el índice regional de innovación como innovadora fuerte. Y tenemos un potencial de crecimiento en muchas áreas, ¿no? Por supuesto, la parte de aeronáutica y del espacio somos líderes a nivel nacional, pero tenemos áreas muy importantes, somos una gran bioregión, tenemos áreas como energía, materiales, medio ambiente, en las que también nuestras empresas, nuestros centros de investigación están trabajando también fuertemente, se están generando muchas startups, y también algún otro sector emergente como es el de Food Tech. Bueno, ¿cómo llevamos esto a cabo? Pues lo llevamos a cabo con dos planes. Uno es el plan que denominamos PRICID, que es un plan que lo que nos hace es poner los instrumentos, son instrumentos pues para financiar, para hacer networking, tanto para la parte de investigación como para la parte de innovación tecnológica más dirigida hacia las empresas, y siempre con una cobertura que está dentro de lo que llamamos S3, que es la estrategia de especialización inteligente de la Comunidad de Madrid, que lo que hace es definir sectores, definir prioridades, y es la que además nos habilita para recibir fondos FEDER. En la Comunidad de Madrid hemos establecido en este último año un total prácticamente de 10 clústeres. Y os voy a comentar muy brevemente cuáles son estos. Por un lado, la Consejería de Administración Local y Digitalización ha creado el clúster de transformación digital, el clúster de inteligencia artificial, el de blockchain y el de Internet de las cosas. Y ha anunciado, para hacerlo, para crearlo en la nueva legislatura, el clúster de computación cuántica. Los lleva la Dirección General de Política Digital, ya están funcionando los 4 primeros con casos de uso, y la verdad es que yo creo que van a tener un desarrollo muy bueno, con empresas además muy relevantes y generación, sobre todo eso, de casos de uso que podamos llevar a la práctica. Y se acaba de presentar muy recientemente, en mayo, el clúster de agroalimentación. Este clúster es de la Consejería de Medio Ambiente y lo lleva la Dirección General de Agricultura, Ganadería y Alimentación. Nuestra Dirección General, la Dirección General de Investigación e Innovación Tecnológica, está transversalmente en todos los clústeres, porque ahí hay un punto muy importante tanto de innovación como de distintas tecnologías aplicadas a todos esos sectores. Y por nuestra parte, en la Consejería de Educación y Ciencia, lo que hemos hecho ha sido crear 4 clústeres, como veis aquí, que tienen que ver con tecnologías. Uno con tecnologías biomédicas y biotecnología, otro con humanidades digitales y tecnologías del español, un tercero con la parte de tecnologías del espacio y el último que tiene que ver con semiconductores. Son clúster que llamamos nosotros de innovación tecnológica y talento, por eso aparece esa doble T que tenemos en el acrónimo. Para nosotros es muy importante que no solo nos focalicemos en casos de uso, en ver posibles nuevas tecnologías, en crear dinamismo. La parte de talento es fundamental para que todos estos sectores en Madrid tengan todavía mayor desarrollo. ¿Y cuál es nuestra misión? Pues en este sentido lo que nosotros queremos con estos clústeres es, por un lado, atraer financiación a la Comunidad de Madrid, ser capaces de poner en marcha proyectos colaborativos entre todos nuestros agentes y de esa manera también aumentar la competitividad y ser capaces de crear un ecosistema que sea lo más dinámico posible y que genere nuevas startups y nuevo emprendimiento alrededor de estos sectores, ¿no? De la mano pues, de empresas también que son tractoras y de las universidades y centros de investigación. ¿Cómo lo estamos haciendo? Pues a través de actividades, a través de informes, de proyectos, que lo que queremos es que contribuyan en distintos marcos a que se presenten proyectos de los propios clústeres, pues dentro de los distintos PERTES, dentro de Horizonte 2030 u otros, ¿no? como también las ayudas propias de la Comunidad de Madrid o las ayudas de CEDETI. Queremos generar esa actividad productiva entre sectores, queremos tener siempre un ojo en la parte también de implementación, estandarización, sobre todo cuando tiene que ver con tecnologías innovadoras que pueden necesitar luego mayor regulación o no la tienen todavía bien definida. Queremos impulsar todo lo que tiene que ver con innovación abierta. En esto todas las empresas tractoras que forman parte de los clústeres lo tienen muy claro. Ellos ya no siguen modelos como se seguía antaño, que cada empresa hacía su propio centro de I+D. Aunque tengan ese centro, están buscando la colaboración de terceros, ¿no? Y ahí hay un campo muy importante para todo lo que es el emprendimiento innovador. Y bueno, pues finalmente todo lo que lleve a tener una mayor empleabilidad para todos nuestros egresados y sobre todo también en la parte de talento queremos generar talento, queremos atraer talento, queremos retenerlo y queremos tener el talento necesario que necesitan nuestras empresas, que eso es un punto muy importante y en el que estamos empezando ya a trabajar dentro de los grupos de trabajo de todos estos clústeres. Y por último, sin olvidarnos también de la parte ética, que también tenemos que pensar en ello. En muchas de estas tecnologías hay que ver cuál es, sobre todo ahora que todas las empresas, ¿no?, buscan ese compliance y bueno, adecuarse a la responsabilidad social corporativa, etcétera, pues para muchas tecnologías emergentes esto es fundamental. Así que nada, simplemente para que veáis un poco por encima, no están ni muchísimo menos todas las empresas porque cada uno tiene más de, en este caso veis 67 entidades, pero son empresas pues muy importantes tractoras, también empresas que son pymes y toda nuestra academia, startups, todos forman parte del clúster. En el caso de Humanidades Digitales, pues tenemos, como veis, desde Amazon, Microsoft, etcétera, pero luego también tenemos otras que son pymes pequeñas, pero cada vez más relevantes en este área, más toda la academia. En el de clúster de tecnologías del espacio, pues nos pasa lo mismo. Es un sector que es muy importante para Madrid, es más del 90% del sector a nivel nacional y están todas las empresas importantes. Y en el caso de semiconductores, pues lo mismo, este es un clúster que es un poquito más transversal, que tiene, digamos, al menos 3 sectores, hay alguno más, pero al menos 3 sectores importantes. Está empresas que representan automoción, que representan espacio y que representan TICs, ¿no? Son las que forman parte de este clúster. Bueno, y con todos ellos pues estamos avanzando. Los clústeres son entidades abiertas, las estamos gestionando como proyectos dentro de la Fundación Madrid +D, por lo tanto no tienen ningún compromiso ni económico ni jurídico para aquellos que quieran participar. Solo pedimos, lógicamente, pues que tengan interés, ¿no?, en estos temas y interés en participar y en estar activos dentro del clúster para aportar todos al conjunto, ¿no?, de lo que hacemos en la Comunidad de Madrid. Por tanto, está abierto a todos.
Muy bien. Sí. Pues nada, muchas gracias Ana por la presentación. Seguimos por el orden que tenemos en la mesa con Lucía, que nos va a contar en qué consiste el proyecto GovTech Lab en Madrid.
Vale. ¿Sí? ¿Hacemos cambio? Vale.
Bueno, por el orden de la presentación saltamos. Y vamos a un proyecto que estamos desarrollando también con la Consejería de Digitalización, que es el European Digital Innovation Hub. Y bueno, pues Jesús nos va a contar este proyecto que está también gestionado dentro de lo que es este entorno de impulso digital. Jesús Rojo, adelante.
Tiene muchos...
¿Nada? ¿Ahora sí? Ah, sí, perfecto. Bueno, gracias Federico por la introducción. Os vengo a hablar brevemente de una iniciativa europea. Se trata del EDIH. EDIH es el acrónimo de European Digital Innovation Hub. Es una iniciativa europea en forma de red, en forma de proyecto europeo. Está bajo el paraguas de Europa Digital y en este caso os vengo a comentar un poco el EDIH Madrid Region. Se trata de un proyecto cofinanciado y coordinado desde la Comunidad de Madrid, específicamente desde la Consejería exactamente de Administración Local y Digitalización y de su Dirección General de Política Digital, que lleva la coordinación de este proyecto, y desde la Fundación Madrid +D llevamos la coordinación técnica del mismo. El EDIH tiene un objetivo principal, que es el de acercar la transformación digital a las pymes europeas y a la administración pública. Y en específico, en este proyecto, nosotros nos estamos dirigiendo a las pymes madrileñas y a la administración pública de la Comunidad de Madrid. El consorcio compuesto en este proyecto está formado por 11 instituciones, 11 entidades públicas y privadas que dan servicio a las diferentes empresas y entidades públicas que tengan interés en esta transformación digital, no solamente en sus procesos, en sus servicios, sino también la captación de fondos para esta transformación digital. Como podéis ver, tenemos varias asociaciones de empresas, tenemos GB Packard, varios hubs, la asociación Alcobendas Hub, que están aquí con nosotros, IDE Consortium, el EIT Digital, que es una iniciativa también europea, la Universidad Carlos III. Y esta configuración de consorcio permite abordar diferentes sectores y diferentes tecnologías en las que estamos implicados. Hay un total de 227 Digital Innovation Hubs en toda Europa, cubriendo 30 países y trabajando de la misma manera, pero cada uno de ellos tiene una especialización de acuerdo a su realidad regional. En este caso, aquí os presento las competencias y los sectores en los que estamos trabajando como proyecto EDIH Madrid Region. Por una parte, trabajamos en las tecnologías de inteligencia artificial, ciberseguridad, computación de alto rendimiento, robótica, blockchains y este tipo de tecnologías aplicados a diferentes sectores industriales. Por una parte, todas aquellas empresas industriales, manufacturing; por otra parte, empresas que trabajen todo el tema de movilidad, empresas de servicios y sector público. Somos de los pocos EDIH a nivel europeo que abordamos también la transformación digital en la administración pública, y que luego Lorena os va a contar el GovTech Lab, que también tiene esa dimensión de la transformación digital de la administración pública. Como veis, servicios que ofrecemos desde el testeo antes de la inversión a aquellas empresas que tengan interés en incorporar una tecnología. Nosotros les ayudamos a hacer un primer testeo y poder decidir si esa tecnología les sirve y pueden seguir adelante. Tenemos un programa formativo de capacitación básica, capacitación avanzada, siempre dirigida a sus sectores y con las tecnologías que hemos abordado. Y por último, tenemos un servicio de apoyo a la financiación tanto pública como privada. Apoyamos a las empresas y a las entidades públicas a poder encontrar fondos europeos, fondos regionales, fondos nacionales que les ayuden a esa transformación digital, tanto en programas como podrían ser Horizonte Europa, Interreg o convocatorias nacionales, convocatorias regionales que apoyan esa transformación digital. Aquí tenéis tenéis nuestro código BIDI por si queréis poneros en contacto con nosotros. Comentaros que en el stand de la Comunidad de Madrid están mis compañeras Lara y Sandra, también nuestros compañeros de la Alcobendas Hub y nuestros compañeros de la Comunidad de Madrid. Pasad por el stand y si tenéis interés en la transformación digital de vuestra empresa o de vuestra administración pública, que abarca un sinfín de entidades, estamos dispuestos a informaros más en detalle que no solo estos 5 minutos de presentación. Gracias.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Jesús. Y ahora sí, Lucía nos cuenta el proyecto del GovTech Lab de Madrid.
¿Sí? ¿Sí puedo? Sí. Vale, gracias. No, sí, se me oye bien, ¿verdad? Vale, perfecto. Bueno, muchas gracias por la introducción y me gusta un poco el misterio, ¿no? La expectativa de este proyecto. El GovTech Lab Madrid es una iniciativa de la Fundación por el Conocimiento Madrid +D en colaboración con GOBE y Prodigioso Volcán. Un poco lo que buscamos con el GovTech Lab Madrid es acercar estas nuevas soluciones que ya existen en el mercado, que son innovadoras y que vienen de startups, scale-ups y pymes digitales, a estos grandes desafíos que tiene la administración pública madrileña. El proyecto tiene un foco muy importante en crear nuevas capacidades para identificar, experimentar y escalar nuevas soluciones al mismo tiempo que buscamos fortalecer lo que es el ecosistema GovTech de startups y pymes digitales y scale-ups. Este año es un proyecto de 2 años. Este año en estos 2 años vamos a tener 10 desafíos, 10 retos, donde vamos a identificar, pilotar y escalar estas nuevas soluciones. En este primer año vamos a tener 5 ayuntamientos que son Alcobendas, Carabaña, Fuenlabrada, Torrelodones y Collado Mediano, y el próximo año, en el 2024, seleccionaremos a otras 5 más. Y un poco los 4 componentes del GovTech Lab Madrid se podrían resumir en estos, ¿no? Que es el laboratorio de retos GovTech, donde identificamos junto con la administración pública el reto e identificamos también cuál es la mejor solución que existe en el mercado, la testeamos y vemos su potencial para ser escalado. Tenemos la Academia GovTech, donde damos capacidades tanto a la administración pública como también a estas empresas emergentes para que puedan trabajar con la administración pública. Dentro de lo que es la administración pública formamos en nuevas metodologías, en innovación abierta, en metodologías ágiles, y para lo que son las startups trabajamos con bootcamps, donde ayudamos un poco a acercar a las startups para trabajar con la administración pública. Por otro lado, todo lo que hacemos lo hacemos en abierto, o sea que todos los resultados y las lecciones aprendidas van a ser diseminadas para que puedan ayudar a otros a tomar estos resultados y escalarlos y buscar otras soluciones y otros retos. Y por otro lado, reforzamos lo que es el ecosistema innovador en Madrid, lo nutrimos y buscamos su internacionalización. Un poco para dar algunos ejemplos de lo que estamos haciendo para reforzar este ecosistema GovTech es crear espacios comunes donde todos los actores del ecosistema GovTech se encuentran. Esto es no solamente la administración pública y estas empresas emergentes, sino también grandes compañías, universidades, inversores, etcétera, donde se pueda establecer una conexión y una colaboración. También trabajamos con bootcamps y eventos de inversores, más que nada para que las para promover que las startups puedan trabajar y puedan tener rondas de inversión y puedan tener un mejor acceso a lo que es el mercado público. Y finalmente, una de las cosas que hace bastante especial este programa, para mí, es que los pilotos los hacemos también con con ayuntamientos muy pequeños, tanto grandes como pequeños. Y esto hace que se cree una mejora en los servicios públicos que los más pequeños están proveyendo a sus ciudadanos. Y dicho esto, sí, toda la información se puede encontrar en madrid.govtechlab.es. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Lucía. Vamos un poquito justo de tiempo, pero Eduardo en 2 minutos nos va a contar lo que es el proyecto de Startup Radar de la región de Madrid. Eduardo, adelante.
Sí, bueno, pues buenos días. Seguro que ya, vamos a ir avanzando. Algunos de vosotros ya habéis usado la plataforma Startup Radar. Sabéis que es la plataforma del ecosistema de startups de la Comunidad de Madrid. La creamos hace 3 años y hemos ido mejorando progresivamente y ahora tenemos pues muchísima información, ¿no? ¿Cuántos habéis usado Startup Radar? Por curiosidad, ¿cuánto habéis entrado a ver? Seguro que el año que viene, pues muchos, ¿no? El año que viene seréis muchos más todavía, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Bueno, porque vais a encontrar, por una parte, buscadores de startups, buscadores de entidades de apoyo, todas las aceleradoras importantes de la Comunidad de Madrid vais a encontrarlas ahí, qué empresas apoyan, qué sectores, con qué tipo de servicios. En la segunda fila tenéis los informes que creamos, por una parte el informe del ecosistema y el informe de inversión, con todas las inversiones que se hacen en el año anterior, y luego tenéis herramientas para emprendedores. Los que sois emprendedores vais a encontrar, pues por ejemplo, todas las fuentes públicas de financiación actualizadas cada 6 meses, está bastante precisa la información. Vais a encontrar buscadores de inversores, buscadores incluso de empleo en startups. Los que no sois emprendedores y buscáis un empleo en una startup también lo vais a encontrar aquí, ¿no? O sea que, realmente ofrece muchísima información. Por dar algunos datos, me quedan 30 segundos, pero espero que me den por lo menos un minutillo más. Madrid en este momento ocupa un lugar creciente y cada vez mejor en cuanto a la posición europea e internacional por el ecosistema de startups. En concreto, el año pasado fue la 6ª región europea por atractivo para la inversión de los inversores. A esto contribuyó muchísimo el ser, por ejemplo, la 5ª región en número de startups, la 6ª en el empleo generado por las startups. Estamos contribuyendo también a esa imagen colectiva que todos esperamos que siga creciendo, ¿no? Y posicionando a Madrid. Algunos datos que vais a encontrar en el informe del ecosistema, por decirlo muy brevemente. Por ejemplo, la posición internacional de Madrid, la 5ª posición internacional en número de startups, la 5ª también en número de startups de alto crecimiento, la 4ª en número de oportunidades semilla para invertir en startups. En Europa también, pensando en el panorama internacional, en la atracción de talento, es la 5ª ciudad europea o región europea en cuanto a oficinas abiertas por startups de otros lugares en Europa. Por tanto, es un lugar también muy privilegiado, después de Madrid, después de Berlín, Londres y Ámsterdam. Hay más datos, vais a encontrar mucha información. Aquí son solamente 4 diapositivas. Por sectores también, quienes queráis saber vuestro sector, su representatividad, pues tenéis, por ejemplo, salud, marketing, fintech, son las que tienen mayor número de startups, pero por valoración, los sectores que tienen más valoración son fintech, telecomunicaciones y ciberseguridad, por ejemplo, ¿no? Hay más datos, las startups principales posicionadas por valoración, también vais a encontrarlas. Los agentes de Madrid, quien quiera buscar en entidades, pues por ejemplo, en este caso son las privadas. Tenéis aceleradoras de corporaciones, aceleradoras privadas, ordenadas por número de startups apoyadas, también todas las públicas, de universidades, etcétera. Y un dato nuevo de este año, que es, damos información sobre el perfil de los fundadores de startups. Por ejemplo, vais a ver dónde han estudiado, en qué universidades, de dónde vienen, también pues qué años de experiencia tienen, en promedio, comparado con otras regiones, y más datos, ¿no? Y ya para terminar, ¿no? En cuanto al tema de la inversión, ¿no? Vais a encontrar en el otro informe, en el informe de inversión, pues datos, por ejemplo, sobre la evolución de la inversión en startups en la Comunidad de Madrid. Este año pasado, por ejemplo, la inversión total decreció, pero en cambio lo importante para los que estáis buscando rondas de menos de 50 millones de euros es que se mantuvo, incluso aumentaron las rondas de más de 20 millones de euros. O sea que para nada es un panorama negativo, sino que fue un panorama muy interesante que decreció en las megarondas, ¿no? El número de inversores también aumentó en cuanto a número, y vais a ver también todas las rondas de inversión del año pasado clasificadas y con todos sus inversores, ¿no? Y ya para terminar, me paso 1 minuto y medio. Bueno, pues tenéis en los informes sectoriales, vais a ver pues datos sobre el número de startups, su valoración, sobre su crecimiento, en 12 sectores diferentes y comparaciones internacionales que hemos sacado de informes internacionales también en cada uno de los sectores, ¿no? O sea que realmente vais a ver muchísima información que os puede resultar de interés, qué startups hay en cada uno de ellos, en Madrid, lógicamente, y esto es un poco lo que os quería contar, ¿eh? Así que nada, muchas gracias por la atención.
3 minutos, disculpad, pero no quiero irme sin deciros otra cosa. Hoy se ha resuelto una licitación que teníamos también de otro proyecto, que es la creación de una plataforma regional de innovación abierta, que es otro proyecto de la Dirección General y que ejecutamos desde Madrid +D. O sea que a partir de ahora ya este proyecto seguirá en marcha. Y esto se une con otra información que quiero daros. Hemos programado un curso de verano en la Universidad Complutense sobre innovación abierta, los días 5, 6 y 7 de julio. Julio San Fermín, ya sabéis, acordaros. Está abierta la matrícula ahora y la inscripción. Los que queráis saber de innovación abierta, ese es el sitio. Gracias.
Thank you to our panel, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep it moving so that the next session can begin. Thank you so much. afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Corner Stage. And we're going to continue with our theme, which is innovation and ecosystem. Right now, the title of this session is MIT Madrid, Where Talent Is. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator, Diego de Aristegu. Pardon me for that. From FDI Project Director at Invest in Madrid. And then our first speaker is Raul Alelu, co-founder at Healthy Minds. Our other speaker is Gonzalo Sanchez Arriaga, Director of the Bachelor in Aerospace Engineer at UC3M. And our speaker, Borja Moreno Luque, Manager at Talent Hackers Catenon. And our last speaker is Carlos Catillas, Sales Manager at Pleu. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give our panel a round of applause.
Yo creo que ya sí.
Okay, welcome to Madrid Investors Talk. Today we are going to talk about Madrid, specifically Madrid as a center for attracting and retaining talent. And for this, we have a panel of experts. Let me introduce them in only 3 minutes. Diego de Aristegu, Invest in Madrid Project Director. He's responsible for attracting foreign investment to Madrid in order to foster the development of startups and new companies. He has previously held various positions in the private and public sector, so he has a wide spirit, and I am sure that he will share with us during the talk. Thank you, Diego. Gonzalo Sánchez Arriaga, Professor Sánchez Arriaga, Director of the Bachelor in Aerospace Engineering at University of Carlos III University, with extensive experience abroad. He published more than 60 scientific papers and led more than 15 research projects, including the coordination of 2 projects funded by the European Innovation Council. Welcome. Borja Moreno Luque, Manager of Talent Hackers, one of the leading companies in talent attraction that has developed a paid referral program to find the best candidates. And Carlos Cutillas, Sales Manager, Mid-Market Sales Manager at Pleu, a scale-up fintech created to simplify companies' spend management. It's one of the so-called unicorns, so it's a great opportunity to get to know how the startup will work a little more in depth. And finally, me, Dr. Raul Alelu. I'm a scientist, university professor, programmer, and co-founder with my partner, Professor Cariaga, of 3 startups, Ever3, focus on talent retention, Healthy Minds, focus on mental health, digital mental health, and the last one, Thera for All, related to the world of psychology. So, if you all agree, I'm going to ask you some questions. Although I would like the debate to be dynamic, so you can talk whenever you want. Okay? Let me start with Diego. What are the key elements of the Madrid ecosystem for attracting and retaining talent?
Okay, thank you, Raul. Thank you, everybody, for being here. When we talk about Madrid, we always talk about Madrid region. So the main asset as Madrid, can you hear me? Oh, great, sorry. Compared with the destinations that we want to compete with, we're talking about London, Paris, Amsterdam, Brussels, is basically the talent, not only the availability of talent, but also the cost and the quality of talent, the infrastructures that we have, the size of the market. I mean, when we talk to an investor, our first question is, would you like to be in Europe's 3rd largest market? Because if we consider Spain and Portugal, we're already the 3rd largest market. And frankly speaking, people don't know what is the potential of Madrid region as an economy, no? So basically, I think the main assets, as I told you, are the infrastructures, the talent, the cost, and also the size of the market.
Okay, thank you, Diego. Professor Sanchez Arriaga. What distinguishes Madrid from another ecosystem when it comes to attracting talent and investment? Are we on the right track?
Well, I think so. I think so. Madrid has a very good. Thank you. That's much better. Madrid has a very good higher education system with 6 public universities. So we nurture about 200,000 students every year that develop with us bachelor, master, and PhD studies. And this is, of course, very important for companies that are looking for employees for their companies. Madrid has also a very good transportation network, and this creates a very good international environment because it creates a flow of people that is also, in my opinion, quite interesting for companies. And the language is another factor that, in my opinion, in my experience, distinguishes Madrid from other countries, because here we speak Spanish, we speak English, and this opens a lot of markets and create conditions where companies they can develop in the right way.
Okay, thank you. Borja, how do you think artificial intelligence will impact recruitment processes?
I think that it will impact a lot because and it's impacting currently because tools like ChatGPT and other platforms can help recruiters analyze better the candidate. It means that if you want to interview a candidate, you can support ChatGPT to ask about technical assessments, technical questions that you are going to ask the candidate later on. So I think that it's impacting a lot now, but it's impacting in the future because there will be chatbots, there will be different platforms that directly will talk with the candidates, talking about talent and about my field, and will make it easier for headhunters to work. So it will be, of course, there will be a nice opportunity, and the key point here is how you use it. If you use it well, it will give you good results, and of course, it will make your life easier.
Thank you. Carlos, Pleo is an international company. What does Madrid offer you that other regions don't?
Okay, so in Pleo we firmly believe in the potential of Madrid as a fintech capital, and we are so happy to contribute this with the open of our new hub here in Madrid. So in Madrid we have 3 things. For an operational point of view, we use Madrid to run the daily business activities in Spain. You can take an AVE, go to visit a client in Valencia, in Barcelona, or wherever, but we also will use Madrid to run the business operations in Portugal, Italy, and France. That doesn't mean that we are not going to open office there, maybe yes, small ones, but we are going to run everything in Madrid. Another thing is the talent and recruitment. I'm highly surprised of the amount of talent people that Madrid has, not only national, also international, a lot of people also from South America, and I think these people is coming to Madrid looking for top companies, business schools, and wherever, and Madrid offers it all. At the third point, the political and social context of Madrid. In the last year, Madrid has been a really, I don't know how to say, a stable region in Spain in compared to other regions. And economically, we have created a lot of companies in Madrid. So that's why we decided to keep in Madrid and open a hub here.
Are you agree? Because how the public administration, in this case, the community of Madrid, can help a startup or a scale-up? A startup in the early stage of its development and scale up in the later stage?
Well, ourselves in Invest in Madrid, we are here to help any foreign company that has no presence in the Spanish market. So the services we can give are absolutely almost unlimited. Any kind of, what we tell our customers, we're going to give you the facts and figures in order to choose to become Madrid the best option. So any kind of guidance on legal aspect, is it better to create a sociedad limitada or a self-employment, the size of the market, the cost of the talent, as everybody is saying, here in Madrid we have good talent and we have a very good price. Also any kind of need you might have together with the government itself, whether it's at local level, at the regional level or at national level. Also some grants, there are grants available, but we always tell our clients, if you are comparing Madrid with some other European destination and the only concern is grants, forget it. Madrid has much more things to offer than just grants. But for example, what we do to our customers, we can explain it. For talking right now about startup and scale-ups, from our perspective, it's a company. We know that they bring much more talent than maybe traditional companies, but they don't create too much employment. But for example, here in Spain, and it's not only Madrid, it's a national law, the new entrepreneur law gives really good advantages to any foreign scale-up planning to establish here. For example, from a corporate tax perspective, the corporate tax in Spain is 25%. But if you are a scale-up and you decide to create affiliate in Spain and in Madrid, during the first 5 years, it reduces to 15%. Our new law is also very competitive in terms of shareholders, stock options. For example, if you're a foreigner outside the European Union, with this new law, you are going to get a resident permit for 2 years, then for another 2, and if in normal conditions, you will get 5 years permanent resident in Spain. So there are many things, also fiscal advantages, both in Madrid and both in Spain, and as I told you before, not only for corporate, but also for particulars. We know when a scale-up decides to come to Madrid, normally they don't create a company, normally the owner comes here. So at that stage, we can still offer them a lot of advantages. For example, people don't know, if you want to establish in Madrid, you have free soft landing projects, both in Madrid city and in some other cities near Madrid. So for the 6 first months, you are going to have a space free of charge, and I think that those are the kinds of information that people don't know about Madrid. And our goal is to give them, as I told you at the beginning, facts and figures. And finally, we hope the Excel will say the best option is Madrid.
And also it's a best place to live, the food, people.
Yes, of course.
The weather.
But you know, Raúl, at the beginning, when we talk to a customer, he is looking for several destinations and he wants to talk about figures and cost. When we convince them that we are the best one, then we are going to talk about quality of life, because it's so obvious and people know this, so it's a big asset. I mean, he just has to go out in the street and have fun. But even talking about the prices of, let's say, renting an office, I can give you figures, and all the figures that we can give you are not something that I or my team have decided. We will always give you the reference. So, for example, from a renting a prime office perspective, Madrid is 4 times cheaper than London.
4 times?
4 times cheaper.
For Berlin, in comparison to
Berlin, it's about 1.3. Zurich, the only, let's say, Western destination less, I mean, as competitive as Madrid is Copenhagen. Paris, London, Zurich, Amsterdam, Frankfurt, they are at least between 1.2 and 4 times more expensive. And those are things that we think at the beginning an investor should take into account. And then quality of life, fiesta, and whatever they want.
Thank you. Professor, for your point of view, why do you think that Madrid is a successful, attractive company in the space sector? Because you work in this sector.
Well, Madrid is a hub for space. Here we have centers from ESA and from NASA. People don't know it, but we have it here at Comunidad de Madrid, this center. And our companies, they are mostly located in Tres Cantos, where there are many companies in space, like you can find there GMV, Deimos, Sener, and there are also another group of companies at the south, close to Getafe, Leganés. There another hub that I think both of them, they are very interesting because they create a network and give to Madrid a very good position in the aerospace sector, not only in space, but also in the aeronautical side.
Borja, related to talent, what advantage does Madrid offer in terms of talent compared to other regions?
Okay, here, this is a nice question because here I would say 3 things. First thing is that in Madrid you have a lot of opportunities, talking in terms of education, because you have a lot of boot camps, a lot of quick learning courses where people can get advantage of it and boost their careers. Also, you have the opportunity to have events like South Summit, where people can go, can connect, can increase their net of contacts. And I think that that is a nice chance for them to start in the, for instance, in the IT sector. And also, besides as you said before, Diego, the connections that Madrid offers, like in the airport, like the train station, like the subway to go to your office quickly, is something that it attracts people to come here, to work here. And I think it's obviously a nice decision to stay in Madrid and to boost your career. I didn't hear you.
Right now?
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think about university? Because we have, I don't know how many universities we have. 18?
6 public and 12 private.
Are you looking for talent in this university?
Yeah. In fact, we are directly distributing our offers that we have for people, junior people without experience, but directly to the universities, to alumni and all these groups where are young people that are full of energy, that have the capacity, the strength to start a career in a company. So we use this kind of universities, and as I said, now there are new opening positions related to AI engineers that do not demand people with experience, but they demand people that want to do that career. And I think that there are a lot of opportunities. Sorry?
Junior position or?
Yeah, exactly. And now there are a lot of new degrees, especially focused in the IT, that before they didn't exist. So I think there are a lot of opportunities here, of course.
Okay.
Exactly, I think the university is quite dynamic, and we open bachelor's and master according to the needs of the companies. We are in a close cooperation. We work in a close cooperation with companies. This is something that maybe the general public doesn't know. They think about the university as a separate place where we do research. It's not like this. I mean, we work every day with companies, so we know what are their needs. They even participate in boards that help us to prepare the program of the bachelor and the master before we deliver this to society. And we open bachelor and master when we identify that there is this need in the market.
This is a problem, how to transfer the knowledge from the university to the startup or to the companies. How can we improve this?
Well, I think we're doing very well, to be honest. Because we do this in many ways. We transfer our knowledge to the industry and to society in general. First, we export talent. So as I told you before, we produce more than 200,000 students. We have more than 200,000 students per year in the public university system. In Madrid, 200,000. If we sum the private university, this is 350,000 students every year. We make a research project with companies. Research project funded by regional government, the Spanish government, and the European Commission. In that project, we work like partners, face to face with them, so we can see, we can work together, see what are, and in this interaction, we understand what are the needs of the company. Our students can make internship in companies, actually, and they can get credit for this as part of the curriculum. I'm sure I'm forgetting things. Of course, we create a spin-off. So when the research groups, when we have something, it's easy. And the university, they have specialized teams that help professors to spin off and to transfer the knowledge to a new company. And normally, young PhD students that has been inside the research group, they are the people that move to the companies and they lead the companies. So we have a plethora of activities and tasks.
Thank you, Professor. Carlos, what has surprised you most about Madrid regarding talent?
Okay, you hear me? Whoa. Now, you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, so I think Madrid is one of the main epicenters of talent in Spain. The business schools, universities, Fiesta, environment, whatever, makes Madrid a perfect place to generate, attract, and retain talent, I think, national and international. Me as a sales manager, I'm responsible for the hiring in the company, and in the first year, after 1 year in Plio, I need to hire a new team from the scratch. And what surprised me more is the amount of talent people I've been able to hire from Latin America. Yeah, I think here in Madrid, yeah, I think all these people is coming to the private university mostly, but also coming to Madrid looking for new opportunities, and this surprised me more. And this is really important for the company because we are not looking only for a culture fit when we hire people, we are looking for a culture add. So we don't want to build a company of like-minded people that approach the problem in the same way. We want people that break the rules, that break the status quo, that add some culture mix to the value to the company. And in Madrid, we find it all. So for example, in the team of 60 people that we have in Spain right now, in Madrid, we have 12 different nationalities.
12.
It's quite impressive, yeah.
And it's difficult to retain. It's difficult to retain this talent in your company.
At the moment, as I told you before, not too much, because we are a Danish company and we offer like a lot of different perks to the employee to retain, like flex benefits, food when you are in the office and when you are working, healthcare, all this stuff, and also a nice environment, nice office. You can work from home wherever you want. So we are trying to attract these people with good salaries, but as well with nice perks. Yeah.
Okay. Professor, can you highlight a public funding scheme in research that, in your experience, helped to attract talent to Madrid and boost startups?
Sure. We have programs from the Spanish government, quite powerful. I think Agencia Estatal de Investigación, they are doing a great job. And we can get projects from that. Of course, the European project funded by the European Commission, they are wonderful. There is good money in terms of funding level, and the effort
that... There is a lot of money from the European Union?
From the European Commission, there is a lot of funding, and what we say in the university, good money, in the sense that it is high enough to give stability to the groups. Okay. That is very important. So you can have a project for 3-4 years and hire people and create somehow of a stable thing. But you asked me about Madrid. If I have to choose one of the instruments of Madrid in terms of funding, I will highlight the industrial PhD. This is an instrument of Comunidad de Madrid that pay for an employee for a company. It gives a grant to the company to hire someone that has to develop the PhD in the university. And additionally give 90,000 euro to the university to also support more this research.
90,000 euro.
90,000 euro for 3 years, so 30K per year. So it's a program that, in my opinion, is working very well because it put in touch the company with the university and supported with a good funding level.
Okay. Well, we are out of time. If anyone from the audience would like to ask a question, only one question. Si alguien del público quiere hacer alguna pregunta.
Allow me, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are going to give you facts and figures. I'm going to give you, Jan, some figures about the talent, generally speaking, in Madrid region. 50% of the working population in Madrid region have university degrees. That's a figure. We are the second largest region in Europe with people working in ICT. The first one, we cannot be the best always. The first one is Île-de-France, which is Paris, and the second one is Madrid. It's not Brussels, it's not Germany, it's not the Netherlands. We have 250,000 people working on the ICT sector. We have made, the regional ministry, we had asked to make a survey for LinkedIn, asking them, tell us the rankings of the regions in Europe in terms of if there is talent available and the cost of talent. And Madrid region is ranked second, just after London. And again, another figure. I told you at the beginning, we are very competitive in terms of cost. On average, the average hourly cost of a Madrid workforce is 20% below the EU average. And if we compare ourselves with, again, our competitors, whether we talk about Germany, France, United Kingdom, the difference might reach up to 40%.
Okay. So we are out of time. I would like to thank the community of Madrid for the opportunity to moderate this roundtable. And thanks to all the participants for your time, for your collaboration, and for sharing your knowledge with us, and I hope to see you in the next South Summit. Where will be the next South Summit?
The next South Summit is going to be, if nothing changes, in Porto Alegre. Will be in Brazil in May, and the next one again next year here in Madrid.
Porto Alegre.
In Porto Alegre,
it's not a bad
yes.
place.
It's not a bad place.
I think I have a free slot in my agenda. So
Me too.
Yeah.
Everybody.
So we'll go. We go to Porto
Don't
Alegre.
hesitate to invite us.
We got a deal.
Okay.
Then we'll see you in Porto Alegre if you want to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining our session. Let's please move it along so that the next session can begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our last session of before lunch. And welcome to the corner stage. And so we have our speaker today, Mr. Evan Singh, and he's going to be talking about the future of money, as well as responsibility, affordability. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome our speaker.
Thanks, everyone. Maybe just a thumbs up. You guys can hear me okay? Excellent. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Thanks for joining. My name is Arvin, co-founder and CEO of Hula. Hula is a financial services business built in Singapore. and expanded across Southeast Asia. What we provided was buy now, pay later. So if you're familiar with companies like Klarna, Afterpay, ClearPay, and a few others globally that have provided this service, essentially we work with online retailers and allow customers to buy products and services and pay for it over short-term installments. As a shopper, you don't pay any interest, there's no markups, there's no fees. As long as you pay on time, there's no hidden cost that's in addition to the product. For merchants, they get some value out of it because they get bigger basket sizes, they tend to have a higher conversion rate because customers have a financing option that otherwise they wouldn't have. So the merchants are the ones in this business model that actually pay the bill. When we started the business, something that was really important for us, let me just make sure this is on. Okay, there we go. Something that was important for us was not just on how we create value for shoppers and merchants, but in that ecosystem, how do we do so in a really responsible manner? And we came up with this concept. I mean, we can talk about mutual value. It's really the merchants and consumers and making sure that both sides are winning in this situation. But we really want to focus today on responsible affordability. What does that really mean? And in this case, it's from the consumer or shopper lens. So the people who are buying the services and products. So we'll break it down a little bit. Affordability really comes down to a few different things. Why is this important? Well, in the gig economy, for example, folks have very inconsistent income. One week to the next week, your salary can vary quite a bit, and your cash flow situation is a bit more complex. Another reason that folks need help in affording products and services is sometimes unforeseen costs come up, whether that's medical bills, something breaks in the household that you need to replace, very important. So white goods, for example, refrigerator, stove, something that breaks that can't wait for you to replace because it's necessary for your day-to-day life. So you need to find the budget to be able to do it. There's also an intrinsic desire, especially with younger consumers that we speak to, that they want to save, they want to plan, and they need a little bit of help doing so in terms of managing cash flow. And the last bit, which is probably the most controversial item on affordability, is people have everyday aspirations. My aspiration versus your aspiration may be slightly different. I love to travel. I'm willing to splurge a little bit on travel, and having a bit of financing support when it comes to a trip helps me enjoy that trip a little bit more. Especially, I live in Singapore, flying to Europe might be a bit expensive on the ticket. So by spreading that cost out, I'm able to maybe get a nicer hotel or enjoy a better meal when I go out. I can really experience that. But for others, aspiration could be different. It could be education. They want to invest in learning something, taking a course, upskilling. For some folks, it could actually be their first job and they want to look good, they want to feel good, they want to buy a few items before they even get their first paycheck. And I think as we saw the consumer life cycle, younger consumers, folks that were buying their first home, folks that were more mature and looking at different products, we saw that the preference for different products was very different based on what stage of life you were in. And that aspiration was different as well as a result. So because of these different aspects, we were able to build a solution to bring affordability to a broad range of users. And we work with furniture companies, we work with travel agencies. As an example, we work with Agoda in Southeast Asia, which is part of the Booking.com group company, just focusing on that part of the world. And we see a lot of folks buying hospitality, travel, tourism, experiences, as well as hotels through that platform, and then financing it using the Hula solution. Full context, we sold Hula about a year and a half ago to a larger group company called Shopback in Southeast Asia. They're in 10 markets and about to expand to an 11th market in Europe very soon as well. But going back to Hula, providing this concept or aspect of affordability was important, but we were also challenging ourselves from day one. We didn't want to build something that was predicated on a revenue stream where consumers made mistakes. So late payments, for example, is an easy way to rack up revenue in this business model, but it doesn't really deliver the value that we wanted to deliver, which was helping people truly afford things that they want and need, but doing so in a responsible manner. Now is the hard part. People want to buy their aspirations, whatever that might be. Clothes, travel, experiences, education, the full spectrum. But how do we make sure that they don't overindulge? They don't overstep the boundaries. They don't go too far down the aspirational route. It's very complicated because customers want what they want. Their affection is not towards the payment method, it's to the product. And that's something that we saw very early on. So we said, let's build the right type of mechanisms, controls, and solution that would help us do this at scale, but in a staggered approach that was sustainable as well. So that's where the responsibility factor really comes in. And we said, well, some things we don't know. We don't know how consumers will use our platform in Singapore, and then in Malaysia, and then in Thailand, because the group of users are so different, and the solution and the way of using it is so localized that we had to find the consumer behavior through a bit of trial and error. And that's the middle one here where I talk about reactive controls. These are things that we adjust on the fly after we get a sense of how consumers use the platform, how they shop, how they behave, and where we need to adjust rules, adjust the ability for them to use the platform. But before we got to the reactive usage, we started out with a proactive approach. The measures that we put in place were to allow customers to start using the solution, but not overuse. So there were limits in place from day one in terms of daily usage, monthly usage, weekly usage, annual usage. All of this was thought out from before. We adjusted it very quickly as we saw the behavior, but we put these controls in place very, very early because we knew that the ability to misuse would be there very quickly. I can tell you, I was handling ops at the early days, and the biggest challenge we had was people calling us or messaging us saying, "You're rejecting my transaction, why?" And we say, "Hey, let's get to know each other." That became a phrase within the company, was let's get to know each other. So even as you onboarded the first time and you were doing the KYC and doing the ID verification, it was let's get to know each other, and you do some simple checks and balances, we get to know you, and we give you a certain amount to spend. Customers would go out, spend, and we would say, hey, let's just keep getting to know each other. When you complete the payments on time, then we will look at what you're able to do next. Of course, making that scalable means not having these one-to-one phone calls. So we needed to give that alert and the guidance within the app very early. So customers knew, okay, I can spend about this much on these types of products, and then we would open up more and more products to those users. When they pay on time, they showed good behavior. Certain other trigger points that we had, they referred friends onto the platform. They shopped at a diverse amount of merchants. So they were truly using the product as it should be used. So those were the users where, our early stage super users, we could give a lot of access to let them explore, and we actually used those shoppers to guide us to which merchants we should go after next. So we took a lot of market research from those early stage users and used that to really fuel how we expanded the business. When we expanded into Malaysia, the product market fit was the type of thing you dream of as a business, as a startup, because zero marketing budget and usage just started to go through the roof. Good and bad at the same time, because it was such a broad range of users that we needed to learn quickly. So we took that first early burst of usage, looked at how the repayment factors were. We had a higher late payment aspect in that new market when we launched, so we pulled things back a little bit, limited the options, even took some merchants off the platform because there was a high correlation of late payments with certain types of products. So we had to pull away from those products because we didn't want to create this cycle where folks are just unable to pay and stuck making late payments for a long time. Now, how can we make responsibility an economic benefit to our business? So I talked about late payment fees being a real revenue driver. However, in our business model, we pay the merchants first before we collect the money from the consumers, which means we need financing. We need to borrow money to pay a merchant before we collect from consumers. And when you do the math against it, even with the late payment charges, we will lose money when customers pay on time, pay late, sorry. And that's important. It's actually a motivating factor for us to build a business where customers do pay on time. And we use this as a motivating factor for the company, for our staff, for everybody that was building the solution, to say that we will never make our late fees so extraneous to users that it will cover the cost of financing for that duration where the late payments occur, because we don't want to rely on this revenue stream as a long-term revenue driver for the business. The merchants will pay for the solution because we increase the basket, we increase conversion, we do a lot of good things to help our merchants, and at the same time, we do so with consumers in mind. This entire mindset that we took to the business helped us recruit people who really believed in it. So I think that was a big factor for us as an early stage startup to sell a vision to future employees that really wanted to come in and do something better than what was being offered in the market. And it allowed us to bridge the relationship with the regulators in a really positive manner. So while we operated in an unregulated slice of the credit market in the early days, as we go through regulation today, the regulators recognize that what we've replaced in the market is a gray area of lending that would otherwise have been very detrimental to users. So we've pushed out certain gray market lenders, loan sharks, whatever else for some of the users because that was their only alternative. Because, as an example, in Malaysia, the approval on a credit card application is 35%. So you're looking at a massive portion of the population that doesn't qualify for traditional credit because they don't have much credit history. We bring them into the ecosystem and allow them to get access to products and services, otherwise they wouldn't be able to. But of course, we don't provide cash. It's not a cash loan. They're restricted to the merchants that we work with. The good thing is banks also saw this, and they saw this as a gateway to other lending products that they could provide by tapping into our customer base. So of course, as we expand, as we look to grow the business, we can provide new financial solutions to our users, and the banks are a big proponent of that. We don't necessarily want to do long-term lending, have a big book on our balance sheet for lending as well, but banks see the value, and we're talking to some of the global banks now on how we can do this at scale. Sorry, that was a lot of information to throw at you guys about how we approach a business. I would really appreciate it if you guys have any questions. It's an intimate group, so please, by all means, yes. Oh, she's got a microphone for you.
Yeah, so thanks for sharing this story. Just one question.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear because I don't. Oh, yeah, perfect, thanks.
Yeah, can you hear now? So yeah, thanks for sharing this story, really interesting. So one question, you've described how you used some kind of behavior-based analysis of your customers to understand what's the best strategy to engage with them and to offer them limits and options. So have you been using any external data to kind of get to know your customers even before they start making repayments?
So, great question. Yes, is the short answer. The reality of how it works is that whatever we built in Singapore, it can't work in Malaysia on the consumer side. Credit bureaus are completely different. Consumer data collection is completely different. How to onboard a user is completely different. I'll give an example. In Singapore, we have a national database where everybody in the country has a digital ID. I can do an API call to the national ID registration and pull anything and everything that you give me consent to. I can get your salary information, I can understand how much tax you pay on a yearly basis, I can know your registered location address, your registered email address with the government, your registered phone number with the government, so there's plenty of things that I can do within Singapore. Malaysia, this infrastructure does not exist. Thailand, this infrastructure does not exist. So the onboarding process is very different in the different markets, and we do utilize third-party data, but it's very difficult to do in some markets where a credit bureau only covers 30% of the population or 40% of the population. So we need to supplement by doing our own KYC on consumers. We do use third-party tools, so Authentics or Onfido, solutions that are quite prevalent in Europe, we do make use of in Southeast Asia as well. And they can help us at least get a digital ID scan, a face verification. We know we're onboarding the right person, but in terms of income data, doesn't exist. So you have to find alternative ways of doing credit scoring, or at least thinking about not really credit scoring, but what the risk scoring is on these users. Because the biggest impact to this business model is actually organized fraud. It's much more calculated. It's very much organized. It's account takeovers. It's stolen cards. It's all of the classical payment things that will come into play. And the good thing is, I'm ex-Visa. My co-founder was ex-MasterCard. We had guys from payments like across the board. So we had quite a bit of expertise coming in. I think otherwise building this business would have been, we'd burn through seed funding on fraud within the first year, right? So I think it would be quite difficult. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions? Yeah.
And well, on the same topic, do your customers sort of self-evaluate? Do they actually add data that, well, you can or cannot trust, but what sort of things do you do there?
They do, so there is a bit of data collection. What we find is that behavior within the app or online checkout flow is highly indicative on real versus fraudulent type of transactions. So there's a lot of detection on straight fraud. But in terms of high-risk consumers or high likelihood to not pay on time, that takes a lot of data before you can start to create some inferences from that. And it can be noisy as well in a market like Singapore, where it's a small island, there's no location-based mapping that you can do. It really comes down to products that people buy, when they buy it, how they buy it, what type of card they're using, what they've bought in the past, their repayment history, who they might be connected to. Have we seen this card before? So we built a lot of this in-house, and a lot of the value of the business was actually the risk engine that we built from scratch. The benefit was my CTO had done it before. Super experienced. He was the most experienced of the group of founders that we had. He had built a similar risk platform in Australia for Afterpay, which is kind of the big buy now, pay later platform in that market. They expanded to the US and Europe. They were acquired by Square maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago now. So he had done this at scale. Having that as a baseline was good, but very quickly we had to change a lot of it. So at least the infrastructure was there on how to manage the risk, but the way the rules worked, how we configured it, we had to change very quickly, and we had to run different models for each country because of how different the consumer behavior was in each market. So while there's some similarities on how we can assess it, it did change quite a bit as we expanded into new markets. Yeah. Excellent. Anything else? Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming. And if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll take that. Yeah. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. And now we'll have our break for lunch.
welcome to the 11th edition of South Summit. If you can please put your headphones so that you can hear us because of the noise in the venue. Perfect. I hope you are all excited here. It's been such a great conference this morning. So on this corner stage, we have even more exciting talks for you. And of course, as you know, we are exploring the concept of today, 2030, and what's going to happen and how do we get there. I'm Naili Makangu from Athena Leaders, a tech consultant and startup advisor, but people know me as the Mary Poppins of startups. And today, what we are going to look at is pretty much how are we going to change not just the ecosystem in the world, but also in Madrid, the innovation and startup ecosystem to get to the 2030 landscape and much more. So on stage, we are going to welcome the next talk on Securing Tomorrow, AI key role in insurance. We have Marta Navalon, business development and partnerships at Wayra, Marc Clemente, investor at K-Fund, and Julio Pernilla, CEO and co-founder at BDO.
Okay, so welcome everyone. Hello for being here. My name is Marta Navalon. I'm the head of partnerships at Wayra Madrid, but as well I'm the VC analyst at IOP Ventures, the investment vehicle that we have at Wayra with Telefónica Insurance, with the focus of investing in insurance companies, startups that can help us to improve the traditional insurance sector and digitalize the industry. So first of all, I want to introduce you to my panelists. So we have here Marc Clemente from K-Fund and Julio Pernilla from BDO. So thank you all for being here. So before we start, I just wanted to give you some context about the industry. As we are seeing that the insurance sector is an industry that is moving a lot of money worldwide, but we are not seeing the same movement in the VC sector. The startups in the InsurTech sector are super infra-funded. So we are here to try to change that. Last year, they only raised, it's not a small amount, but in comparison with other sectors, it's low, 9.5 billion worldwide. So it's a high decrease from the previous years, sorry. So we are trying to make a change on that. So okay, let's go to start with the questions. So we are seeing that the insurance companies are making a change in the way we approach the traditional value chain in the insurance sector. So Julio, what do you think we are not getting yet in which areas of the industry?
Okay. So thank you so much, Marta, for having us here. So indeed, corporates, they have been developing a lot of open innovation programs, collaboration with the startups. And we have seen a great progress in terms of digitalizing the customer experience and the FNOL and even the risk assessment. But the reality is that when it comes to artificial intelligence, I would say that the organizations has been developing initiatives that are too small, and I would say too tentative, in the sense that they are not getting to the point of providing real value. Testing the waters with POCs and pilots is great to have good insights. But if you want to do a real transformation, you need much more than that, right? So transforming an organization with artificial intelligence, it means to embed AI throughout the whole organization, from underwriting and cash settlement through the whole customer journey till the customer support. To do that, you need to change the mindset. You need to have a comprehensive approach in terms of artificial intelligence. You need to have a big investment, and also you need to change the culture and the whole organization, right? When you change that, when you have a strategy that is large in terms of artificial intelligence, then you can have real transformation and you can provide real value to the insurers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This is so weird. Thank you very much. So, yeah, sure.
Yeah, so from the investment part, from the investment side, what we are seeing is that priorities in the insurance company have changed significantly. No, we come from years in which innovation teams have been focus on the customer experience, no, the relationship with the customer, and this has changed significantly in the last, I would say, last year, no, and now the innovation teams of the insurance companies are more focused on the return of the investment, no, that they are making, no, and of course this changed the landscape of companies, no, that are emerging, no, and we are seeing more companies focusing on improving, no, or helping companies be more efficient, no, in specific parts of the process that mention was mentioning. No?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. So now turning to a bit of the investment perspective, Mark, at KFund you're saying a lot of insurance companies, and Julio, of course, you are a very important company in the InsurTech picture here in Spain. So where do you think are the opportunities now for investing in startups in insurance?
So KFund is an agnostic fund. We do B2B and B2C, and the picture changed, no, significantly in B2B and B2C, no. In B2B, we are seeing some interesting companies trying to improve the customer experience and improve or digitizing the relationship with the customer, no. And here we see many similarities with what happened with the financial industry, no? In the sense that customers choose the bank and the insurance that they work with because the product fits their personal needs, but also because of the ease of understanding the product, understanding the small wording, and also the ease of relating to the bank or to the insurance, no. We are also seeing many companies like Vedeo, no, trying to help companies be more efficient, no, by automating part of the process of the change, no, the underwriting process, the claim management process, the cost estimation process, and here the perfect example is Vedeo, which is one of the companies that we invested 4 or 5 years ago, a long time. And now what we are seeing is more companies trying to solve or to improve specific or critical processes of the insurance companies, no? Like the risk modeling or the prediction of the claim, no, in the future. And here the artificial intelligence has a key role, no? Because before that it was not possible, not to solve some specific problems, no, of the insurance companies, and this is one of the things that the AI brings, no, to the table, no. In B2C is different, no. The companies that we are seeing and the opportunities that we are seeing is companies that are specialized in specific verticals, no, and in some verticals, no, and we see here more opportunities because when you focus on a specific vertical, you can build a lot of differentiation and the flexibility, no, and for example, we have invested in a company that operates in the pet insurance industry. We have also invested in the life insurance in a company that operates in the life insurance industry. So there are opportunities that were owned, no, in somehow, no, by traditional players, and we are seeing new players and new companies, no, trying to bring or to build that differentiation compared to the traditional players.
To add on top of that, to add on top of that, I would say that, that right now, if you think about the insurance industry, you think from the perspective of a startup, it's like an ocean full of opportunities, right? when you want to address those opportunities, you realize that this industry is actually, there are players that have really long sales cycle, but also are traditional entities with legacy systems, right? So many insurtech startups, we try to disrupt this industry, and I would say there is a market that is still sparkly blue, so we can see a lot of opportunities. If I think about the new LLMs that are bringing to the table right now in the market, I would say that if I would be a startup right now creating an opportunity, I wouldn't go to the traditional process. LLMs right now, you have the technology available that the insurers, they can develop themselves some of these tools. I would think more in the unstructured part of the algorithm, everything related with images, videos, audio, and text. I see there a big opportunity where is the insurers, they have more difficulties to develop something. So if I would be an investor, I would be looking for this type of opportunities instead of the others.
You've been talking about how AI is interesting in the industry, but what things do you believe the AI is improving in the insurance sector, and what are the main challenges about using AI?
Yeah, okay. So it's true that the insurance industry is an industry that has a high potential to be disrupted, right? While it's one of the industries with less adoption of artificial intelligence. Insurers, they are accessing to more and more data at the right moment with the digitalization of the touching point with the customer. I mean the interaction with the customers, but also everything related with connected cars, smart housing, and everything. So that means a huge amount of information at the right moment that we can even personalize products and pricing for the customer in real time. Also, insurers they know a lot about us. They know where we live. They know if they have any flood risks, for instance, in the houses that we live. So all that information combined with what I was saying about unstructured data, pictures, videos, and historical data, bring to the table the opportunity to detect risks and even to assess and to automate claims, right? Also, we have seen a lot of initiatives in the fraud management part where AI is doing incredible things. Also, if we think about all these new machine learning models that are coming recently, we are seeing very good performance in terms of natural disasters events. So all this, I think, is going to change the industry. Thinking about challenges, so I think there are a big gap or delta between two different worlds. The insurance world, where you have traditional entities, as I was saying before, with legacy systems that they want to innovate, and the opposite is the new world of customers demanding a new interaction with the companies, right? That world is facing also the astonishing world of changes with artificial intelligence, right? So the customers, insurers, they need to fulfill that gap. If they do it, then of course they are going to have a better customer experience, they are going to reduce operational costs, and they are to improve, and it's going to mean transformation of the industry. AI can help during the actuarial process, they can help in the policy, they can help in the claim settlement, and it can help in the customer service. So that's the core of the value chain. The main challenge I would say that they have is between all these news about artificial intelligence and new LLMs, they need to distinguish which initiatives are mere hype versus those initiatives that can bring real transformation to the insurer side. That's what I would say.
Marco.
Just to complement, I mean, as I was saying before, no, the priority has changed, no, and there's many initiatives on the table, no. And in the end, what insurance companies want or want to make sure is that all those initiatives are efficient, no? From a return, no, of the investment. No? We are seeing we've seen a lot of companies investing millions, no, in some initiatives that they're there, no, and we've seen a huge change, no, and especially in companies like Vedeo, no, the entry point when you pitch the company, when you pitch the offering, no, the value proposition, and the value proposition is, hey, we're gonna help you reduce the time that takes the company, to assess a new policy or a claim. This changed completely the willingness to pay, in the end, So from the investment point of view, I mean, we are gonna see less companies working in the front end, of the industry, and we are gonna start seeing more companies working in the opportunity of improving the efficiency, of all these initiatives.
Thank you. The insurance sector is a sector that is extremely regulated. We all know that. And combining that with the fact that there's no much regulation regarding AI yet in Spain, in Europe in general. So what do you think are going to be the main implications of using AI in the insurance industry regarding the legal part?
Yeah, it's a difficult question. Let me try to answer. So when you develop artificial intelligence around products, you need to understand very well what the customer needs, how the customer interact with us, with the companies. And in order to do that, there are some limitations and some ethical things that we need to consider. I would say that the main one would be everything related with the bias and and how that data could affect to the customers. Thinking about the insurance industry, when you train a model that has any type of bias or is partial, then you can perpetuate that bias through the whole customer's value chain, right? And a good example of this would be, for instance, when you deny a claim to someone, for instance, or when you increase the premium pricing to a minority, for instance, right? So those are ethical considerations that we as AI providers, we need to consider, and we need to be responsible of that our algorithms are free of this bias. That's in one side. Also, I will say that when it comes to regulation and the current status of the technology, we as a providers and also the insurers, they need to think about how we can be transparent for the final customers. And that means how we are going to explain how our algorithm is working, why our accuracy is doing what it's doing, or why we are automating a claim or we are not automating that claim. That is called the right to explain, right? And in some countries, in some jurisdictions, they are already regulating this thing. It's really important. I think corporates, they need to work with companies that can offer this transparency to the final customers. I think we need to work a lot indeed on the regulation. We need to define a round table where we can sit down, insurers, vendors, but also regulators, where we can define what are the best practice of ethical in the sense that this industry is about trust, right? And if we cannot offer trustworthy solutions to the customers, then there's no point, right? So there's a lot of work to be done, but I'm positive that in the next few months, in the next years, we're going to define those round tables to sit down and to legislate this problem.
Yeah, I mean, the same way, I mean, I think the AI, as we've seen, I mean, we've mentioned, it brings a lot of good things, no? Efficiency, productivity, accuracy, no? And it's also enabling solving problems that we couldn't solve, no? A couple of years ago, no? But it also brings, or it also has implications, no? And some of them can be negative, no? And I would say that the main one is the inappropriate use of data, no? There are companies that are using somehow data, no, to set the price, no, or to set a better price for the customers, no. And in the US, we are seeing an emergence of or a set of regulations, no, that are limiting, no, the use of this data, no, to set a price or to predict, no, some kind of risk, no, of the policies, and we don't know, no, what is going to happen, but as we've seen in other technologies like blockchain, for example, we are gonna need that regulation, no, to set the rules or the fundamentals, no, to make sure that the data, no, is being used, no, in a proper way, and it not goes against the personal privacy, no, of the customers, no.
See where we go in the following months. So regarding this possible future, you've been talking a bit about trends and where do you see the sector now. But I would like to ask you, where do you think we are going? How do you see the industry in, I don't know, a couple of years, or in 2030, as South Summit says this year?
So it's difficult. I would say that in the next 4 years, we are going to see how these initiatives of artificial intelligence, how organizations are going to deploy them deeply in the organization. And when I say that, I mean helping in the actuarial process, helping even the market research. We are going to see how complex processes like interaction with customers, claims, and customer service is going to be automated. All this I know is going to happen in the next 4 or 5 years, for sure. It's the only way for the customers with the loss ratio numbers and the inflation they need to go. This is the one-way road that there is right now. Thinking longer than that, to 2030, I think is very difficult to predict, taking into account what generative AI is doing in 2 weeks, right? So it's something extremely difficult to try to predict. But if we take this concept that we hear these days of artificial general intelligence, AGI, right? If we apply this concept to the insurance industry, thinking a bit like Minority Report, you think like a bot that knows everything, right? And it interacts with all your data sources. It could be your car, it could be your house, it could be your claim history. And imagining things, it could even think about someone a bot that can even connect to, I don't know, traffic, weather, right? Another moment, I think it could happen something like predict a claim, even prevent the claim. There's something that the technology is here, it's just a matter of joining the dots in order to have it. So, yeah.
I'm gonna be more contrarian. No, I mean in the context of Web3 or the new internet, no, there are many new assets, no, or products that have emerged, and we see a lot of lack of protection, no, of this kind of assets. And in the end, this is going to be the future, no? There's no difference or a huge difference between a car or NFT you have, no? So I would like to see more insurance companies, no, thinking about this and how to protect these kind of assets, because it's a matter of time, no, that we all have more these digital assets, no, and we need that kind of protection, no. So in 2030 and 30, I see we will have this change, no, in the insurance industry.
Well, I think we are done for today. Thank you very much for your time, Julio, Marc. Thank you, South Summit, for having us, and thank you all for being here.
Well, thank you so much for listening to the talk on Securing Tomorrow. So we're going to take a short break until the next panel. And thank you again to our panelists. operators, especially when we're looking at buildings, to manage the energy consumption and do it better. Not just the energy consumption, but also improve the experience, the user experience when we are creating new building. This is one of the challenges that many companies are facing, many government organizations are facing when we start looking at the 2030 net zero goal. For that discussion, we are going to look at powerful measurement for powerful savings, and we'll bring on stage Mario Fernandez Iglesias, co-founder and CEO at Hobin, and Carles Morales, co-founder at Orpheus.
Hi. ¿Nos escuchamos? Is it running, yeah? Yeah, can you hear us? Hello, so welcome to all of you. Thank you very much for being here today. My name is Mario Fernandez. I am the CEO at Hobin, and he is Carles, and he is the CEO of Orpheus. We are both companies that operate more or less in the energy sector, not only in the energy, but in the measurement and this big data sector. And before beginning, I would love to give the word to Carles so he can introduce himself and his company.
Thank you. Yeah, as Mario said, I'm Carles Morales. I'm the co-founder of Orpheus. And what we do mainly is a building management systems in order to help professional buildings like offices to help them to reduce their carbon footprint. And oh, is it not working? Do I have to use this one? Okay, perfect. So we help, as I said, the service sector buildings, like big companies like Iberdrola, for example, to reduce the energy consumption that they have within their offices, helping them to manage better the climatization, ventilation, the way they use the lighting, and yeah, at the end of the day, we are focused on using less energy and using the energy at the right moments in order to impact or to reinforce the perception or the experience of the people inside of there. I suppose many of you had the typical experience of you can feel, for example, you can feel cold and the man on your side feels hot, and it's kind of difficult to agree on a temperature, and then at the end of the day it causes that super high volumes of buildings are overheated, for example, not? And this is a super extra consumption for energy.
Carles, I have a question for you. What kind of buildings? There are like small, medium, big. Where are you focused?
Yeah, we are now more focused on the large ones, as we can have more impact on there. As I said, like for big corporations headquarters.
Right. That's something funny because we work with all the other side of the coin. We work with households. That is like local market, local households. Basically, Hobin is a company that started like about 3 or 4 years ago, and we were born with the idea of helping households to have a better understanding of where do they use energy, how, when, why, and basically we help them to manage. We allow them to measure their CO2 footprint, we help them to measure their energy consumption, and also in the platform you can act over your household. For example, we have like some integrations with the solar panels, with the EVs, with heating systems, with air conditioning, and all of these things. So basically, we guide the user and we help them to get savings while consuming, and also we allow them to get to a better comfort zone. But it's quite funny because we don't go directly to the final users. We always go through companies. So basically we are a B2B2C company. We work with utilities, with public institutions, and also we are working with other kind of companies, such as insurance companies, because yeah, now sustainability is a topic of global concern, and from our point of view, everything starts like at home, with our behavior, with our habits, and this is why we started to work here in the household. I think that now that you know us a little bit more, and you know a little bit more about our business, it's time to tell us or to tell you a little bit more about some like business cases or some use cases to get to a better understanding of what we do with our companies. So, your turn.
Yeah, for me, when they invited me to this talk about powerful measurements for powerful savings, for me it explains a lot the main problem that we had. So imagine, as I said, Orpheus, we deploy some IoT devices that that you can stick on the wall, okay, and it gathers data. So the first thing of the potential client when we explain Orpheus, it's about just to having a temperature value or to having a I thought it was another problem. So yeah, just to have a light value or a temperature value, and the value or the measurement by itself, it is absolutely you cannot change temperature value for money. I mean, and then it is complicated for people to understand the jam or the bridge, starting from the data and ending up to savings. That at the end of the day, our clients are not technical persons. So for me, it's key that the powerful measurements, as it is called, this talk is about. Okay, we have, for example, we have temperature values, we have light level values, we have CO2 values, but we do not transmit just this data to the facility maintenance team. We digest it, we find patterns on it, and we say exactly to the maintenance team, because the temperature was 2 degrees higher than the past Tuesday, it means that someone manipulated the thermostat, and it means that each day that is it's passing, you are over-consuming 20% more. So take the immediate action of fixing it. Okay, so we are extremely focused on that point, on going to the value or going to a service, not for the by the measurement by itself. I don't know if many of you work with data or with this kind of business, but I'm sure if you do so, you had the same problem or the same challenge when trying to explain or to say, okay, translate me this to money, and this is by far the major challenge that we had.
I have a question for you. It's quite interesting, but I was thinking about the use of these kind of tools. And I realized that last year there was a huge opportunity since the government put this like new regulation that every building needs to like have measurements on the temperature, on the humidity, and also they had this like energy efficiency regulation that makes it compulsory to do not have like more than 25 degrees or 26. How it affects your business?
Yeah, in our case here. So there's a trade-off between savings and comfort, because if you don't know what to use any kind of energy, okay, turn down the whole building, and everyone is like in a super extreme cold, but you're using energy. So there's a trade-off, as I said, between comfort and savings, and here is also another key point. So when you try, for example, in this pavilion. We are mainly 25, 26 degrees now, a little bit hotter than the outside. But for example, in a standard winter day, we should have this pavilion at 90, 20 degrees. But what happens? People start to complain and people start to say they are not okay.
Comfortable.
And then the facility maintenance team or the guy in charge of this, okay, I cannot manage more battles, and they, for example, increase the temperature. So for us, it has been a kind of one more reason to buy, but trying to have people happy, because, for example, here all the consumption that is happening now is just or only to have people in a good condition. So there's nothing more than that.
Understood. I was asking because many times when we are talking about data and we are talking about energy, there are some kind of laws or regulation that affects our core business, and this is why we have to be always like paying attention, because sometimes a new regulation may help you to have like more customers, or when, for example, sometimes happen that there is like a real need for customers, but with the law it's even more needed, because they need to provide all of these details to be like compliance. So is quite interesting. In our case at Jovin, basically, I wanted to talk with you about some use cases. In fact, I'm going to talk just about 2 of them. One of them is with public institutions. We are working with some public institutions such as the Country Basque, and basically we are helping households that are in a little bit like poverty situation, in energy poverty situation. And basically what they want us to do is allow them to manage and also to control their energy consumption. And for example, last year in the winter, we realized that there were many households with childs that had like 13 or 14 degrees at home, and that's not something like very good, and it's not comfort zones. And when we discovered this fact, like they put like these kind of social services in hands of these families, and they give them like a kind of tips or grants to help them to be more comfortable at home, because these little boys were having cold. And also we are working with the other side of the coin. We are working with the utilities. Basically, we started working with them like 1.5 years ago, and it is a reality that is very hard for them to provide a service that is different, because we always switch on the lights and the light is there, but there is not like very powerful tools that allows them to engage with the user, to make a differentiation, to make something different. And this is why we are working with top utilities in the market. And basically what we have built for them is this platform that combines like the energy data. Basically we can collect the data from every Spanish smart meter. We all have smart meters at home. We collect all of this data. We have like 2 years of history on the data, and based on that we can provide like recommendations, but just for you, such as for example, hey, you have more powerful, or you have more power on your contract than the one you really need, so reduce your demand. Or for example, we are also working with them in providing like a smart home devices such as thermostats or air condition, and this is because there are some use cases out of Spain that are in the demand response side. I'm not sure if you are familiar with this topic, but that means like put in contact and between offer and supply, or supply and demand. And in the energy market, nearly 60% of the energy that is right now is coming from renewable energy sources, and that means that you cannot set off the sun. You have to use this energy, and this is why sometimes you can help the households to, for example, switch on the air condition, because the energy prices are lower than if they use it in another time, for example. So basically we are starting to collaborate in this demand response side. Basically, we have been talking about our business, or about some cases, but it's quite important to talk about the opportunity cost. What is the opportunity cost of do not measure? Because we have always in our mind this sentence of you cannot improve what you cannot measure. Is it really true? What do you think?
Yeah, for me it's the same than before, that it's how to have a super strong argument to say to the potential client once you are measuring all that data and you need to transform it to savings, not for that example. So we also use this kind of concept that, for example, it's not the cost of having Orpheus installed on your building, it's the cost of not having it. Okay, for example, in a couple of weeks ago, working for a super known food multinational company, they said, yeah, we have a headquarters in Barcelona, that everything is okay, we are we are within the law with everything, and super comfort. And then they tried Orpheus. We gathered data for just 2 weeks. Okay, and we found 2 hours per day, on average, on each meeting room, the air quality levels were above the low here in Spain, for example. Then they also figured it out that in a super big open space area, someone just manipulated the thermostat and it was not behaving as they were expecting. Okay, and that's the key. So we have a measurement that we can translate to kind of to a second level measurement. That is, we measure temperature over time, for example. We translate it when is it, at what set point it is working at what hours, okay? And then we can calculate, for example, during 1 week of having 2 more degrees, as I said before, it can be translated to euros to that amount, okay? And when you can arrive to that like kind of wow moment, so it is super easy for people to understand that you cannot, for example, take a picture. I mean, just do a measurement once per day, because you are losing all the behavior, that all the exceptional things that are happening on office. And we focus on there. We calculate all the potential savings that we can give to the client, and then they open their eyes super fast. And not talking about data, but talking about the cost of not being measuring that data.
Exactly. Thank you very much for the explanation. In my case, if I want to go a little bit deeper in these like pros and cons of these kind of measurements, I have to talk about, again, the two sides of the coin. Because from the one side, we have the final user, and probably we all will be measuring all of our energy consumption at home. If it is not now, if your company is not giving or providing all of this data soon, they will be doing it later, because there are some regulation that makes it compulsory for the companies to provide you with your data, because it can allows you to make like decisions about when or how or when to use the energy at your household. But there is another side of the coin which is quite important also. So it's not only about savings in terms of household, it is about savings in terms of our big customer, which are the utilities. Because when they don't provide all of this data, it's because sometimes they have something to hide, or because maybe they are charging more, or because they don't want the user to have this kind of empowerment to make different choices. So basically, there is a cost over there, which is called churn. And what does it mean? It means that when you are not providing a good service, you are not providing that data that you collect from the user, and you are not trying to differentiate yourself with this kind of digital platform and data, that means a lot of costs in terms of churn and customer losing. So basically, this is a little bit what is important, that we try to put in contact and to add value to both of them. Not only to our customer, that is the one who pays, but also for the user, who is the one that receives the data. And also we always try to make them like personalizations, recommendations, tips, so they can reduce even more their energy consumption. I have a question for you, Carles. When we are talking about our company, we are talking about past, we are talking about present, we are talking about our actual business models. But if we think about the future, what do you expect for Orpheus?
Yeah, for us, now we are having ventilation, climatization, and lighting that they stands for roughly the half of the bill at the end of the month. But yeah, now we are starting to work also to improve the cleaning services. That it's the second budget, the second major budget for a professional building. Because today, I don't know if it happens at your offices, but there's a cleaning team that does from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. and they do the same route, for example, every day, without taking into account if that space of that toilet was occupied or not, okay, or what spaces were more hot and they need more attention by them. So this is also like another kind of wasting of energy and also of resources on there. And also multinationals are starting to think about it a lot, and they are we started to develop new features on that direction because they asked it for us. So yeah, I think that here we have the third major impact that we can do in terms of energy and use of resources in buildings.
Amazing. In our case, when we think about the future, it's good to come back to the origins. And what does it mean? We were born with the idea of helping households to reduce their energy footprint and also to get savings and to have a better understanding of their energy usage and all of these things. And when we think about the future, we do not think in open new verticals, such as, for example, industries, or we do not think about implement our software in buildings. We want to stay at a household level, and we want to hit the market. And if we are not providing our service through utilities to 40-50% of the population in Spain, at least we would love to be like the sticker or the reference where other utilities comes to see what's going on or what's going to happen. In terms of the energy market in Spain, probably you know that we are the country of the sun, and also we will be like a renewable energy source not only for Spain but also for Europe, and that means that there is a lot of technology to develop and also a lot of new business models that are coming. I talked before about this demand response thing, and I think that there is a lot of future there in terms of reducing inefficiencies in the market, but also there are opportunities like in the B2C market. There are in Spain only 4 or 5 big utilities, and the majority of the regular ones has disappeared on the last energy crisis. So why not to one day become a neo-utility in the sector, having all of the knowledge and all of the learnings and putting them in the market. To conclude, I think that we will have like this kind of 1-minute pitch. So it's your turn if you want to tell whatever you want.
Yeah, for me, the kind of takeaway about it or about the last 5 years sleeping kind of 5 or 6 hours a day, it is not try to speak to a client like a techie guy or like talking, as I said, about data, but getting rid of that. That is just a mean. It's the vehicle to arrive to the value, to the savings, as we said, to what they really need, and not about the technology, because it is mainstream today.
Yeah, in our case, we have been also 4 years developing the platform, learning about the market, and if I have to say something, is that the opportunity has never been better, not only because the energy crisis looks like it's ending up, but because utilities have now realized that they need to engage with the users, or they will move easily from ones to others. And also, with all of these new regulations, such as CAES or other kind of energy efficiency policies coming from Europe, that means that we will have to implement this kind of measurement tools and also this kind of energy advisory for the households if we want to end like with all of this energy consumption that Spain has committed with the European Union. So basically, this was my message for of you. I don't know if you have any question. We have 2 more minutes.
Unfortunately, we don't have any time for
sorry.
questions, but I just wanted to say thank you very much. One of the key things that I take from that is that, you need to measure what you're doing. And in fact, I love the approach that you have on both the consumer and also the utilities, which is brilliant. So next up on stage, we are going to look at the strength of global network. So if anyone interested in that, do stay in. Thank you very much. next at the corner stage, we are going to look at the magic that happens when you put together a force in terms of the investment industry and a great startup working together. So we are going to look at Draper B1 Fund and one of the startups within their funds. So for the next talk, it's called Strength of Global Network Investment Overseas. Let's welcome to the stage Enrique Peniches Garcia, founding partner at Draper B1, and Carlos Caldart, founder at Splite.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
I think I will start introducing myself and then you
Go
can
ahead,
introduce
please.
yourself. So, I'm Enrique Penichet. I'm founding partner of Draper B1. For those who don't know what Draper B1 is, Draper B1 is a seed stage venture capital based in Spain, mostly focused on B2B SaaS companies. We have been around since 2010, so we have more than 100 startups in the portfolio, mainly Spanish entrepreneurs with global vision and ambition. But as a Draper fund, we are part of a Draper network that is more than 20 funds around the globe, that we share resources in San Francisco, and from there, that team that works in San Francisco helps our portfolio companies to be introduced to Fortune 500 companies and help them to go to other countries. And the alma mater is Tim Draper, who is a really known investor in Silicon Valley and is the founding partner of Draper Associates, that is the Draper fund that is based in San Francisco in the Bay Area, one of the 20 funds of the network. And so go ahead, introduce yourself. So.
Hi, nice to meet you everyone. I'm Carlos. I'm the CEO and founder of Splite. We are a company that works, a B2B SaaS company that works in applying artificial intelligence to the energy world, especially generation and transmission at utility scale. We are based I am from Argentina, but we are based in Chile. Most of our clients right now are in LATAM. We meet Draper B1 through one of the Draper Associates that operates in LATAM. So they are one of our investors, and we are happy to tell how we are working together.
So the idea today they told us is try to share the advantages of being in this huge investment network around the globe and how that also impacts in the portfolio companies. So my first question probably would be, how did you meet us and what did you think when actually, when you met us, what did you expect?
When we meet them, we already have another Draper associate company doing our due diligence, ready to invest, and they say, "Hey, do you want to meet someone from Spain, Europe?" And for us, that we have a company that is a B2B company, we really want to get out of to internationalize, to get clients everywhere. So getting investors from many places around the world is something that we were looking for. So it was a very good opportunity. And I usually don't go with much ideas before a meeting, so I wasn't sure what to expect. But I was pleasantly surprised that they were very warm, very willing to understand where we are, even with you're a startup, you are not very good at explaining what you do, you have a hard time explaining some things, but it was a very good meeting and a great relationship so far.
So it's an improbable match because you were there in the seed stage, startup ecosystem in Argentina. We are mostly based in Spain, seed stage. So it was an improbable match that we would ever invest in a company in Argentina, seed stage, unless these brothers from Draper Thignus actually introduce us to them. Like, okay, we know these guys, we are going to invest, they are really nice, really good, so do you want to invest with us? So I think that's one of the biggest values also that we got, is kind of like accessing also really great entrepreneurs actually that match really with our investment strategy and that are located, because at the end of the day, you want to help the entrepreneurs you are investing. So also entrepreneurs that are from other geographies, it's even easier for us to introduce them to this ecosystem.
Yeah, and that's another thing that is very valuable. If you're too tied to a region, you only understand the issues of your region, you only get the feedback from the region, and when you start going outside where you were before, like for us, is coming here, you get new contacts, new issues that your startup can solve, new clients, and it's a totally different landscape that you can enter that. And of course, I'm here. I'm in Spain thanks to this guy invests. If not, I will be right now working in my house.
And meeting with prospect clients.
Of course, that's another very important thing.
Yeah, but let's talk also about I just said in the introduction that we have global resources in San Francisco. There is also there like the Team Draper. Can you talk about like also the Draper ecosystem that you have seen?
Yeah.
Because your partners right now, Fernando and Thomas, are there. So
yeah, we are three founders. One of the founders right now is living in San Francisco. The other two, me and the other one, we are still living in Latin America, but the idea is that you have access to more funds like Draper V1 and the Draper Network. What is the Draper Network? There are a lot of stages of investors, so some are focused all in one field, like energy, others are focused in pre-seed, others are focused in seed or higher investments, so you get a ladder of different investment companies that can help you through all the way. And that's another great way to... Draper V1 knows a lot of funds here in Spain. Draper China knows a lot of funds in China. Draper in San Francisco know a lot of people in funds that are friends of them in San Francisco. So you get access to networks that was very hard to access in any other way. So it's a great accelerator to get to know the best fund and build the best cap table in your company.
yeah, because in fact you didn't go to the Draper University, but there is also, we have what is called the Draper University that is based in San Mateo, close to the San Francisco airport. And Draper University is actually, I think their target is more early stage, but at the end of the day, it's a really nice, because some of our companies that are a little bit later, but they went also to the Draper University, and they have a program of like 5 weeks that you get there, introduced to many people in the ecosystem there in the US. So it's really, really nice, because it's someone that it's already been years and years and years in the Bay Area ecosystem. They know who is who, and in those 5 weeks you get access to all this network. So at the end of the day, kind of like, and it's not only that, I mean, because if you become alumni from the Draper University, then in your subsequent traveling to the Bay Area, you can stay at the dorms of the building of the Team Draper Draper University. Also, there is just crossing the street, there is a Draper, how is it called? Like the Draper Hero City. That is the co-working where, I mean, Draper Associates has the office there. Draper Venture Network has the office there, but also there is a lot of different companies. And also Adam Draper has the accelerator there.
Yeah.
Like the Boost VC part, so.
Yeah, and that kind of contact is very good for, especially when you are building something that is not very common. You are into deep tech, like it's kind of what we do, like climate tech. When you start going deeper in technology, it's harder to get investment because it's harder for investors to feel comfortable investing. So having a big network of people that have this background, they have the contact to prove your technology, to be sure of what they are doing, is another thing that is amazing for us.
I mean, we just invested in Splite a month ago, so I don't know how much deeply you already start meeting the companies that are there. I don't know if Fernando and Thomas already got in touch to some other founders there in the Draper Hero City.
Right now, I already go to a couple of events in Latam, one in Uruguay and one in Brazil. And one of them I met in Draper, and he was we pitched to him, he will give us feedback. That is a good thing, that you start to build your pitch with people that hear pitch every day and are investing in bigger things. And the same with Adam. We meet him, we talk to him. They even if they don't put money in the, they say, oh, I have this guy that might help you in this. I have this guy that could be clients for you, and you start building that relationship even with no money changing hands. That is another good thing that is quite good.
So it's a big family. To have all the
good family. That's asking for money, so better.
Vale. And also, did you already meet other founders from other startups?
Yeah. I met 3 or 4. Some that are mainly a couple that are based in LA. One is that are working in a lot of things, from EVs to aerospace to education, and that's other good things. When you're in a startup, you can think kind of alone. Nobody understands what you're going through, but when you meet a guy that is happening the same, no, this investor, no, this client, no, it's very fun, and it's very nice to meet people that are in the same, believing the same thing that you are living, and feeling the same hurdles that you are going through.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's kind of like being a part of the family is like you are not alone anymore, that you are with more people that understand what you are doing. Some cases, for example, in my case, that if we are a venture capital, and even if we are a venture capital, we are kind of like a startup, right? Because we started from scratch here, and sometimes it's difficult to understand what other people is doing the same, if they have how do they solve this problem or this other problem, and being part of a network where there is another 20 funds, and we meet a couple times a year physically, and of course in video calls. There are more video calls, but it's kind of not being alone anymore, because you can ask okay, we are doing this, we have suffered this, we have tried this, and so you share, or you're been there, done that, and that actually helps going through the way, right?
Yeah, and again, there are some things. I have a very technical background, so my specialty is not marketing or hiring people. And maybe you meet a founder that they know very good how to do that, and just start talking with him and exchange ideas. Or one of the funds start telling we have this company that also went through a process of selling to B2B in this market, so you might do this is a good idea. And again, that's things that if not, you have to learn the hard way, failing and making mistakes. You are late saving a little time there, and that's, especially in a startup, is very valuable.
Because you talked already okay, I like it when you just said, when I met Draper V1, because we were going to do the internationalization. So one question here would be, okay, how are you doing your internationalization process, and how can you think that Draper V1 and other Draper funds can help you, or are already trying to help you, and how this can impact actually in the scaling of your company?
Yeah, that's something very important. And when you're talking when you're talking to big companies or clients that are huge corporations, going with a cold introduction is the worst thing ever, because they are going to send you through all the layers of bureaucracy. So if somebody knows somebody there and they can tell, hey, give 10 minutes to this guy, hear them out, that's a lot. It might seem very little for the guys that are hearing you or for the investors, but for the startup, to get that people to hear what you are doing can lead to a lot of big things, and that is what's happening with us here in Spain, and in San Francisco.
So I guess that you are telling one of the biggest values of the network is when you try to go internationalize and then have those warm introductions instead of having those cold calls, and that you can actually open in different geographies at the same time, right? Start going.
And again, you don't have to go alone. You have someone there that says, at least this bar is good to drink beer, this is not. So that's another important information.
Okay, so if you were an entrepreneur here in the room, what do you want to transmit to them? Something that, I mean, it cannot be related with Draper or Draper.
No,
Network,
yeah.
But
I will sell something that might sound a little bit counterintuitive, but building the best cap table for your company when you are looking at investor is more important than money. Because even money is very important to run a company, but having the right people in your side when you are building the company, that's something invaluable. And getting an investor is like getting in a very long relationship. So choose wisely and choose the best.
So yeah, I mean, we always talk about this, that, okay, getting an investor in your company is like, probably is going to be around there like 10 years. So it's almost like it's longer than many marriages, so in fact.
Maybe,
So,
yeah.
So you have to choose really well.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the main thing.
And
okay.
so other than money, think on actually what is adding on the table, and actually also, do you share any like vision, like the way of seeing things, and is there like a good Tinder match with it for you, right?
Yeah, there are startups that like to have, for example, helping management, and a startup that hate that. Find investors that better fit you. Some founders love to manage everything, others want a lot of help. Find the investor that is going to fit with that, because if you want help and the investor is like a hands-on off, you are going to have a bad time, and the other way around too.
And how, I mean, it is difficult to find like the right match, also with giving into the place like, okay, I need money and I need it now, so how can I choose actually? That's one thing. And the second thing is different cultures makes like, you know, different ways to interact and communicate and so on. So,
yeah, we are in our first.
Because you have some fund from the US, you have a fund from Argentina, a fund from Spain. So it's
Mexico,
different ways. So yeah, different ways of doing things. So
yeah, that's another thing that you have to learn, how to interact with people. But what we found out is that usually VCs or investors are, when you tell them what you do and they are as passionate as you at what you are doing, that's the best sign ever of that you are going to be fine working together. Then you can slowly match some things, some ways they like things, or formalities. Right now we're trying to make, this is outside the conversation, our investor report and everything, and we don't know how to make it for Spain, in Spanish, in English, the format, and that's something that you have to discover with your investors. But the important thing is that they really believe in what you are doing, and they are going to have the skin in the game. They really want you to see grow, and getting a lot of different cultures and different ways of seeing things is better, because it's a better way of understanding clients that are going to have also that same way of seeing the market, and that's another plus for me at least.
So, what if you are a founder? What do you actually like require? What can you ask from your shareholders, and what you should not ask to your shareholders?
I am very new in this, so no, but you can ask for advice, of course. You can ask for introductions. You can ask for access to a lot of different things. Like some investors are very transparent about, hey, I have this LP. I am not going to give you the name, but this LP is in the same thing that you are doing. So they are very excited of meetings. So you are lucky, and one of the LPs is going to be working with you. All that things are what the investors are for. If you you have doubts about go-to-market, about marketing, about hiring like very important positions in your company, that's something that you can add advice to the advisors and even help in choosing. So they are there for you. I see them like part of my company. That's the way I feel about them. Is they are another member in the company. They are not working all the time like we do, but they are working sometime there. So yeah.
So you cannot ask to be sitting there the full time working for you.
They are not going to go to sell with you. They are not going to start coding your solutions, but almost everything else you can do it.
Okay. Like something that you want, like from us, like ask to us, expect from us.
No, maybe I will ask you a question to change a little about this. And how do you get most of your startups into your channel? Like, yeah, and how interested are you, for example, in a startup that is from the United States or from, I don't know, Russia?
Yeah. I think that's a good point, because we are talking here about an introduction that it was from the network.
Yeah.
So I would say that most of the startups that we ended up investing, and I don't know, I mean, it doesn't mean that it's related. It's probably because they come from these channels that they already have some quality that match with us. But the thing is that most of the ones that we invested came from an introduction from one of our co-investors, like some business angel that already invested with us in one company, or in this case, someone from the network, from the Draper network, or some other co-investors, or some of our entrepreneurs. Like an entrepreneur that we already invested is introducing another entrepreneur. Even if the entrepreneur we invested, we already did a write-off and the company went out of business, but we still keep good relation with many of the entrepreneurs that we backed. And so that's the way that they are introducing companies. So as you said, like, okay, when you go to a corporate, it's really, really difficult if you go like through a cold call, and it's better to do a warm entry. This is the way. I mean, if they are coming to us through an entrepreneur, coming to us through an investor that we already trust their criteria, it's easier for us to take a look on that. Usually there is a better match because already, like, I mean, if the entrepreneur see like, or the co-investor like, okay, there is no match with Draper V1 because they do B2B SaaS, they are not going to invest in your shoes maker company, right?
Yeah, of course.
So this is already out, so it's something that already match our investment criteria. But even so, we also invest in some companies that came through, through our website and just fill the form, and it goes into our track to evaluate. And so we do the first match is to see in the form that actually is a B2B SaaS or something similar, right? And then we start like doing video call, due diligence, and so on. Okay. But yeah, I think that's the better like approach. Then some events like this, we have the investment team like going around and looking for new companies. But the best approach is to get in touch with someone that already worked with us. So.
One question, very, very important question, Enrique. You talked a lot about the relationship as a marriage, and I can see the chemistry. But you also have multiple startups, so multiple partners. Is it fair to say that Splight is one of your favorite partners?
No.
I mean, this is kind of like you have like 4 kids. Which one is your best kid? I mean, all of them are different. All of them have some good things. One is smart, one is fast, the other one is really social. So there is, I love all my kids.
All right, okay, I will accept that answer. So thank you so much. I really enjoy finding out more about the Draper Fund. And again, as Carlos mentioned, as a startup, you don't want to do it alone. So yes, do go and find out more. Now that we know how to find partners and investors, the next talk will be about scaling up. Thank you. are having an amazing time here at the Corner Stage. We first looked at investor relationship, and now we are going to look at how to grow your startup and have an interesting conversation. The topic of the next talk is scale-up growth and biomimicry. For that talk, we are going to welcome on stage Casper Moth Poulsen, ICREA professor at UPC, and Jared Yarnall, Director of Innovation at Biomimicry Institute.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, good afternoon, and thank you for coming. With me here, so my name is Casper, and with me I have Jared here. So maybe, Jared, you can introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what you're working with.
Yeah, happy to. Thanks for having me. Nice to be here, Casper. So my name is Jared Yarnell Shane, and I'm an engineer by training who has been supporting pre-seed through Series A stage startups for the past 8 years. And in particular, the startups that I've been working with are focused on environmental sustainability and typically are university spinouts. So they're usually based on a deep understanding of science and research. So I'm looking forward to share today some of the lessons learned from our portfolio of companies and also to ask Casper some questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Jared. And maybe I could introduce myself as well. My name is Casper. I'm originally from Denmark. In the last 12 years, I've been leading a research group in Sweden, working with new energy technologies. I've formed several startups, spin-outs from my research group in energy, sustainability, and quantum computing and robotics. So I've been working a lot with startups and trying to transition from university environment into the startup scene. Recently I moved to Spain. Now I'm living in Barcelona and working at the UPC. So where I'm setting up a new lab for accelerated discovery of new energy materials. So that's a little bit about my background. And during the next 30 minutes, me and Jared will try to discuss different aspects of this difficult transition from hardcore research into startup and beyond. Because it's not always so straightforward, and there are many different pitfalls or challenges that startups in this situation may face. So maybe first, Jared, can you tell us a little bit more about your institute? Because you're located in the US, and maybe you can tell a little bit about the vision and concept of your institute.
Yeah, happy to share. So our institute is based in Montana, which is not known as a startup ecosystem, but we work with folks from around the world. And in particular, we have 3 different areas of focus. It's science education, where we work with students, kindergarten through 12th grade. We do science communication, where we form partnerships with groups like Scientific American and other well-known science publications. And then I lead our science innovation work. And in particular, what we're interested in is finding really interesting technology, so technology that maybe someone like Casper would discover, and then providing them the funding and the networks and the training needed to take that from lab scale to pilot scale and beyond. So that's a little bit about what we do, but why do we do that? So biomimicry, just to quickly explain, it's a funny word. Bio means life. Mimicry means to mimic something, to copy something. So how can we mimic life? We like to say that a sustainable world exists all around us. When a leaf falls from a tree, it doesn't sit in a landfill for 10,000 years waiting to decompose. It decomposes within several months. So how can we create materials and chemistry and processes that mimic nature and emulate nature? It's much harder to do than it sounds, but we have now tools and technologies and processes like Casper's inventing to help us accomplish that. So yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about a typical journey? I mean, how does it work? What is it? Can you maybe give some examples of a journey of a research, maybe coming out of university, that is transitioning down this path?
Absolutely, and this one has a connection to Spain as well. So there's a company called eConcrete that is a spin out from Israel, a university in Israel. And it was started by 2 marine biologists. And these marine biologists saw on one of their dives that human-made coastal infrastructure, if you think about the last time you went to a port, it's all gray concrete that's dead. Nothing is living there, which is abnormal. In the ocean, when there's rocks that meet the water, that usually attracts life. So these marine biologists asked themselves, why is that happening? They started to realize that how concrete has been formulated is actually toxic to life, and it doesn't have the cracks and crevices to attract life. So they created a new company, a new concrete company that is now scaling up around the world. They're a lead at the Port of Vigo with the new Living Ports initiative. They scaled up and are doing work on the Trans-Adriatic Pipeline. And I like to share this example because infrastructure is incredibly hard to scale. It took them 15 years to go from idea to this level. And now they have 75 employees and they're growing like crazy. And I think some important lessons to take from that as we talk about scale is what does it take to get to that point? So one of those things is patient capital. They relied on a lot of government grants as well as a lot of impact-based angels to help get them to that point where they're ready to do pilots. The other aspect that was critically important was regulation. They actually, because of their research as marine biologists, their research was written into code in the EU. So not only are they the ones who have created these new standards, now they have the company that can meet those standards. And I think that's something we're seeing time and time again, especially in the EU, is regulation is actually helping some of these deep tech companies to scale.
And now to put the biomimicry aspect to it, what is the, in this case, what is the added value of biomimicry? Why does it make sense here?
Yeah, so that makes sense because typically coastal infrastructure needs to be repaired every 15 or 20 years. Because this attracts life and life grows on it, it calcifies. So think of a coral reef as it grows. It actually gets stronger over time, completely eliminating the need for maintenance or drastically reducing it. So it's a little bit more of a cost up front, but in the long run, it's a huge return on investment.
Well, that's a very cool example of inspiration from nature creates actually a more sustainable and strong product. Can you give other examples of biomimicry startups or concepts that are coming out of your institute that you're working with?
Yeah, I would be happy to. One that I love to share is a university spin-out from the University of Cambridge, and they were studying these brilliant white beetles. So they're called white Staphylococcus beetles, and what they were asking themselves is, well, how does this beetle accomplish this white color? Because our human-built environment, like these white chairs or your toothpaste or other things that are colored white, are typically dyed with titanium dioxide. So there's this mineral called titanium dioxide, that actually is really efficient at scattering light. To get that titanium dioxide, we have to create giant titanium mines. And this is a $12 billion industry. So this is a massive, massive industry. Nature doesn't mine titanium. Nature creates color usually through structure. And what they saw through this beetle is that the structure of its hair diffused light in a very efficient manner. And they've created an analog made out of cellulose that does the exact same thing. This is another great example of university research, years under development, that all of a sudden found a really interesting need and niche, and then with the right regulation has been able to scale. The EU recently listed titanium dioxide as a carcinogen, so it is now being banned from pharmaceutical and food products. So there's kind of the market-driven force that's needed to scale.
So now maybe we could transition a little bit and talk about what needs to be in place to make this transition. I mean, it's very easy to focus on money, of course, investments or financing, but I would argue that there are many other factors that are equally important that a sort of innovation ecosystem need to have. What is from your perspective, what are the important factors, or what do you think? How are you thinking about that?
Absolutely, and I'll answer it from the perspective we see in the U.S., and then I'd love for you to answer that from your perspective as well. I think there's a couple things. First, a lot of these initiatives are based on tens of years of scientific research. So there's already millions of dollars of research and development put into these companies at a university level, at a fundamental research level. So we need things like the Horizon grants, or in the US, NSF or Department of Energy grants to fund this fundamental research. I think then the next step is founder-friendly policies to help this intellectual property leave the university. Where I graduated, it's not necessarily the most founder-friendly place. It might take 2 years to license the intellectual property, which would crush most startups. But I think Casper's university is the opposite.
Yes, so I think it depends a lot on where you are, and I've got a lot of my training in the Swedish system. That is, Sweden and China have a different way of thinking about this. They decided that all the IP belongs to the researchers, and therefore there are no discussions about who owns the IP. It's the researchers who owns the IP, and this lowers the barrier for transitioning from university research into a startup, because there's no IP discussions, it's already owned. But the university did a lot of extra policies to facilitate this, because we are talking about deep tech startups here, companies who maybe need a wet lab, maybe they need a cell lab or chemistry lab or materials production lab or an analysis. And their university was quite forward thinking and have created a way for the startup companies to rent the labs that maybe they already come out of. So they know the whole infrastructure, they have access to all the same machines, and it costs nothing for university because the machines are not used in the evening or the weekends. So they rent out the machines that are standing there anyways. So it's basically a win-win situation, and it lowers the barrier tremendously. And the three startups that are currently active from my group, that has all been founded in the last years, are all based on that. So they are started without any investment, 100% owned by the founders. So they don't need to go and beg for money and spend 2 years on raising capital. They can just transition from a research environment to a startup environment to a freestanding company. And from the unit of about 100 researchers that I was heading at Chalmers, maybe we have founded 30 companies in the last 10 years, and the most valuable are worth more than €1 billion today. It's actually a biomimicry research company that is making printed organs with live cells inside. So they are making the inks and the printers to make artificial nose or ear or other parts of your body, and with live cells inside. And they're the leading 3D bioprinting company in the world today. And this was started just by a PhD student and some business people, and they could do this without even having any discussion with the university, because there was a policy in place about the ownership of IP. It belonged to the company. They could rent the lab, and they could just scale up like that. So they could grow very, very fast without having to go out with a hat in their hand. So I think this is a unique thing to Sweden, but I think it could be emulated different aspects of this at other institutions. I think that there is a misconception in a lot of the university world that scientists are going to get some kind of great idea, and then the big industry that have infinite money will come and buy that idea and shower the whole university with funding, and then take the idea and commercialize it. This is not how the world works. Often if you are in a deep tech situation, there are many years and many uncertainties at this stage, maybe 10 years of development before that idea or this materials concept is ready to be deployed for anything. And therefore, at the time where it's leaving the research phase, there's not so much value in it. And so actually, I think the universities have to understand that often at the stage where they think some technology is ready to spin out, the value is actually quite low. A lot of the value creation is happening in the startups in the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years. And then it can be valuable. But it's a long journey where the university maybe more should see themselves as a facilitator or supporter to make that journey possible at all. And I think that at some places there has to be a change in mindset there, because it's only when this journey has been made to the end that you're really making a change in the world. And that's when you really, it's not just about money, it's also about seeing the world change.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you mentioned a couple interesting things. So we were talking about what are some of those interventions needed to help scale these solutions. So I think it starts all the way from the beginning. So robust funding in fundamental science, and then an encouraging and kind of policy-led environment to support that fundamental research to spin out. And then what you mentioned, it's very different in the US. The university owns the intellectual property, and you typically don't have any rights to use laboratories. Because that's government funded, it can't be used for for-profit initiatives, typically. So that's one of the big expenses. So a biotech company we supported, for example, recently raised $3 million in funds. They probably spent $1 million of those dollars to build out a lab, to buy the necessary equipment, and to staff up appropriately. Whereas at Chalmers, they wouldn't have had to do that. So that lowers the amount of investment capital needed, which I think is really great for markets that maybe don't have as robust of a VC scene as the US.
And that was a little bit where I wanted to start the discussion, is that one thing is money, and maybe a lot of people are running around with their startup and chasing money, but there is actually a lot of other factors when we're talking about these science-based startups that are equally, if not even more important. And that is, a startup cannot buy a whole chemistry lab or a whole analytical lab.
How much does your chemistry lab cost?
Yeah, my chemistry lab is very expensive. If you just take the lab itself, maybe it costs, let's say, between 1 and 2 million euros. But that's not all. Then you have all the analytical infrastructure of the university. So you cannot copy that. So if you want this to happen, university have to create a platform where they can nurture this, and there can be mutual benefits. I think this is many places realize that. I just think as a startup, you have to decide where you place yourself and what ecosystem you place yourself in. And also a lot of universities here, they know this. So there are science parks that are located next to the universities or at the universities, so that the companies, the small companies, can benefit from these close relations. And that creates some small bubbles of success of startups coming out of the university ecosystems like that.
Absolutely. Can I keep adding on to that question?
Yeah.
So I think once you get past, so you're at that stage, you spun out of the university, you're still kind of in lab stage. So typically we're talking about maybe you can produce 1 kilogram of product, but to sell it on the market, you need to sell 20 tons of this. So that's a big difference. It's a big process difference to get there.
Yeah.
So I think another thing that's needed to help scale these solutions are friendly pilots with companies. And if I could share an example, and then I would love to hear your take. So one of the companies we supported is a Chicago-based company that turns construction debris into reusable construction materials. And it does this through mycelium, through fungi. So it will break down asphalt shingles or drywall, and that can be converted then into new insulation products. So it creates a fully circular construction industry. They had one of their first pilots was with Meta, with Facebook, the parent company of Facebook. And what was really interesting is you don't think about Facebook as a building company or Meta as a building company, but I think they're building a new data center every week or something like that. It's an incredible growth, and with that comes a lot of construction debris. So they wanted to see how can we improve upon our sustainability practices by mitigating that construction debris. So I think what we're seeing is another step to scale is find friendly companies that are looking to mitigate some environmental issues. And again, our take is on the environmental sustainability lens, but there are not enough solutions to meet all of the big corporate sustainability needs at the moment. So there's a huge value proposition for companies like this to come in and fill the gap. Now that they've proven that, they have this opportunity to scale not only with Meta, but now with all of these other data centers that are being built all around the world. So I think that's a very tangible pilot opportunity with companies. And that doesn't even get into scaling technology. So that's kind of then the next step is then how do you scale this technology? Yeah.
And maybe I can add into that a little bit from some of the research I'm doing in my research group is that I have seen that many times you can make some kind of wonderful molecule or material in a lab, in a chemistry lab, but then you come to the scale up, it's going to be a huge hurdle. So we're actually trying to change how we are doing research in the lab. We're working directly with new concepts called like flow chemistry, where typically when you make chemistry today, you have some kind of reactor and you pour things together and you cook, and then next someone come and ask for that kilogram or the 10 kilogram, and then you have to buy a bigger reactor and a bigger reactor, and every time you have to optimize everything again. And the traditional way in pharmacy industry is that, oh, when it gets really big, we go to India because they have the biggest factories for chemicals. But there's another way that is emerging, and that is involving small pipes and hoses where you pump the things together, and then you have some kind of a automated micro production facility that you can use to make small amounts of molecules, but you can also run it day in and day out and produce what you want on larger scale. And this have both the advantages for the scale up, but also it's a way to digitalize the chemistry, because before it was a chemist pulling things together, now it's a robot pumping things together. This means that you can go from doing one experiment per day to do 100 experiments per day. But that's not all. You also have a mini factory that is self-operating, and that you can use to produce 1,000 kilos per year on a footprint like this. So you don't need the offshore chemical plant in India. You can actually produce what you need locally, and you can just download the recipe and start producing. And that is basically two of the startups in my team, from my company. One is producing catalyst for CO2 conversion, and we're the only ones in the world that can make this high quality catalyst. Many places can make it on milligram scale, but we can sell you 100 grams of special shaped gold because of this type of production. A question here?
Thank you very much for this discussion, and for me it's something that I'm really interested in because I'm from Cambridge, UK, and I do a lot of work with the University of Cambridge. And what you talked about taking science from academia and taking into the industry as a startup, and the challenges that you've mentioned, the IP and everything, it's something that is very close to my heart. Just as we've got only a few minutes to finish this discussion, but I thought it would be an important thing to talk about. In terms of the scaling, right, and this transition outside of academia, what do you do to also support founders that have a deep technical knowledge and expertise, and suddenly they have to pitch to organizations, they have to translate hard science in the way that investors can hear? So if you can have a very quick advice on that, because I think that would be very key for anybody that's listening that might want to get in touch with you as well.
I'm so glad you asked that. That's a core part of our program. So our accelerator, we don't typically focus on the traditional things accelerators focus on. Like traditional accelerators are how do you build your sales pipeline, or how do you work on your finances and build your cap table. One of the key elements we focus on is science communication, and we think that's important for many reasons. You're not going to be able to typically these founders are the expert. There might be 5 people in the world who are smarter than them, but typically they are the expert in their field. You're never going to get an investor that knows everything about what you're doing. You're never going to get a customer that knows everything about what you're doing. So you have to find ways to connect, and that's where we think biomimicry and nature is really powerful. So to share an example, we recently took groups to California where we have the giant redwood trees. These trees might be 100 meters, 200 meters tall, and somehow they get water from their roots up to the top of the tree. So there you're starting to visualize, like, that's water transportation. That's incredibly hard to do for humans. It's incredibly hard to pump water that far. And now we can start to get into some of the science. Okay, so we're moving water, that's really hard. How do we do that? And then we can start to explain all the different forces involved. And I think it's starting to draw some visuals and comparisons while being accurate and true. You're trying to educate someone along the way. I think that's how you do it. You draw comparisons, you remember that your job is to be a teacher and to educate, and then the most important thing is you share it. Often people, especially technical people, keep that to themselves. Is you also have to be comfortable getting out there and sharing it with folks.
I can add in. I think it's a very good question, because it's not always it's the same person who is the chemical engineer that's also the startup guy or girl, but so often it's also about making the connections to entrepreneurs or creating teams that together have maybe the set of skills needed to do this journey. So there's, at least in Sweden where I've worked most, we have a lot of networking events, a close collaboration with the incubator, the university incubator, the entrepreneur school, the scientists coming together and creating teams like that. So often it's not a one-person team. It's a combination of 2, 3, 4 people making the startup journey together.
Thank you very much for your talk today, which I thought was very, very enlightening, especially if we want to meet the target for the 2030 in terms of the reduction of and the goal to the net zero. We need academia and also the startup world and the combination of the two. Thank you very much. So our next talk will be on the creativity growth model.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So far, we've been exploring what we need as a world, as an organization, startups, to get to the 2030 net zero goals. Now, on our next discussion, we are going to look at creativity and why creativity is also important. The next talk is called Creativity Growth Model. Welcome to the stage, Kike Corral, the founder of Para MBA, Raúl Ita, co-founder and co-CEO at Rockin, and Carlos Fernandez, creative director at Rockin.
Bueno, buenas tardes. Lo primero, muchas gracias a todos por estar aquí. La verdad que no esperábamos tanta audiencia. Y nada, hoy venimos a hablaros de algo que, bueno, que en Rockin ha cambiado totalmente los resultados de las compañías con las que trabajamos, ¿no? Venimos a contaros un poco sobre el Creativity Growth Model. Primero, una breve introducción sobre Rockin. En Rockin nos definimos como un equipo de growth, ni una agencia ni una consultora, sino somos un equipo. Entramos en los proyectos de nuestros clientes, nos convertimos en su equipo y le ayudamos a resolver cualquier reto que tengan por delante para crecer, ¿vale? De hecho, nuestro modelo de negocio se liga muchísimo al crecimiento siempre en ventas de nuestros clientes, ¿no? Y gran parte del éxito del crecimiento de nuestros clientes es el Creativity Growth Model. ¿Por qué desarrollamos hace 2 años, 2 años y medio, el Creativity Growth Model? Y todo empezó con el problema que hubo con la protección de datos en las plataformas de inversión, ¿no? Seguramente todos vosotros habéis escuchado o habéis leído en LinkedIn gente quejándose o gente, entre comillas, llorando un poco, ¿no? por sus resultados en las plataformas de inversión, por la saturación, porque las audiencias cada día funcionan peor. Y nosotros lo que hicimos fue darle la vuelta, ¿no? Ver cómo podíamos resolver este reto desde otra perspectiva que ahora os contaremos. Y para ello hemos traído a nuestro director creativo de Rockin, a Carlos Fernández o Charlie, ¿no? Para nosotros. Y a Kike, que fue, bueno, el que desarrolló toda la estrategia de performance de The Power MBA, que seguramente la mayoría de vosotros conocéis perfectamente el caso de éxito de Power MBA. Y bueno, Kike, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros hoy. Gracias a vosotros. Cuéntanos un poco cómo viviste tú todo este miedo, ¿no? que vivimos en el sector hace 2 años y medio, cuando se empezó a hablar del problema de la protección de datos, el futuro sin cookies, la saturación de audiencia. ¿Cómo se vivió eso?
La verdad es que, hablando claro y mal, estábamos acojonados totalmente y no era para menos. Nosotros estamos invirtiendo alrededor de 1 millón de euros al mes en performance y claro, cuando empezamos a leer sobre esto y decir, oye, claro, a partir de enero creo que fue, no va a haber cookies, por lo cual el remarketing no va a funcionar, las segmentaciones posiblemente tampoco van a funcionar y tal, decíamos, hostia, ¿qué coño hacemos, no? O sea, ¿qué vamos a hacer? ¿Y qué vamos a hacer? Pero claro, además todo el mundo, ¿no? Todas las empresas. Y la realidad es que, bueno, este modelo que vosotros habéis creado es un modelo que nosotros nos dimos cuenta que tenía sentido. Cuando nos vinisteis a contárnoslo vosotros, nos dimos cuenta de decir, hostia, es que tiene todo el sentido, ¿no? Al final, como nosotros veíamos a Facebook, era un ente, ¿no? que en un principio tú segmentabas, ¿no? Le decías las cositas que querías, a quién querías disparar, pero nosotros ya veníamos tiempo viendo que muchas veces hacíamos campañas por probar sin segmentaciones y a veces nos funcionaban mejor y decíamos, coño, ¿y por qué nos funcionan mejor, no? Y es un poco esto que vais a contar un poco más en detalle, coño, nosotros lo que hacíamos era disparar con creatividades, con mensajes, nosotros hacíamos al revés, en lugar de crear una segmentación decíamos, vale, nosotros queremos, este es nuestro público, ¿qué quiere escuchar nuestro público? Pues démosle lo que quieren escuchar. Y eso es lo que empezamos a hacer. Y la realidad es que eso empezamos a ver que era lo que mejor funcionaba, ¿no? Y es lo que hemos estado haciendo desde entonces hasta hoy, ¿no? Es verdad que las campañas hubo como un impasse, ¿no? Que sí que bajó mucho, pero porque tampoco sabíamos qué sí qué es lo que iba a funcionar, pero bueno, luego sí que lo conseguimos remontar un poco con esto.
Sí, para ponerlo en contexto, tanto de Power MBA como nosotros en Rocking vivíamos del performance del digital, ¿no? Entonces, de la noche a la mañana, pues ve un futuro muy, muy oscuro y seguramente muchos de vosotros también lo habéis sufrido. Y yo llegué un día a la oficina y se palpaba el miedo, ¿no? Se palpaba el miedo del ambiente y ahí fue como, junto con Charlie, ¿no? Que es nuestro director creativo, pues yo te dejo la palabra para que le explique cómo empezamos a enfocar esta nueva forma de afrontar el growth, ¿no? De la creatividad.
Claro. Lo que está pasando ahí fuera, un poco en la sociedad y lo que nos pasa a todos, y sobre todo aquí veis en el South Summit, hay una especie de dataísmo, que es como una especie de fe ciega en los datos, y los datos tiene que haber personas detrás que los leen. ¿Y qué va a pasar cuando los datos que nos arrojan las plataformas no sean correctos o estén de alguna forma edulcorados por parte de las plataformas? ¿Qué hacemos? ¿Nos fiamos de esos datos o no? Y dijimos, pero si es que nosotros lo que hacemos son cosas para personas. Y volvimos a poner al humano en el centro, porque antes era pues CPLs, CPCs, estábamos hablando con acrónimos, y nos olvidábamos que estamos hablando para personas. Y lo que hicimos fue, oye, ¿y si volvemos a poner a las personas en el centro? ¿Y si volvemos a estudiar cuáles son sus motivaciones, cuáles son sus intereses, sus barreras? Y lo que hacemos es que estas creatividades hablan de cómo yo te voy a ayudar a ti a ser el protagonista tú de tu historia. No venir yo aquí a hablar de mi libro, de que yo soy el mejor, yo tengo el mejor producto, esta es la oferta, no de... Cambiamos el paradigma, lo que hicimos fue volver a poner una idea bastante humanista, pero que también nos ayuda a este sistema con datos. Entonces volvimos a poner al humano en el centro y nos preocupamos por su motivación, por qué les preocupaba, cómo les podíamos ayudar a que los productos o servicios que nosotros vendemos les ayudaban o les apoyaban a ellos a desarrollar la vida que ellos querían, o los sueños, las metas que ellos querían desarrollar. Entonces este sistema lo que te hace es que vuelves a tener una parte mucho de sociología, tienes que entender qué está pasando ahí fuera, y entonces empiezas a crear esas motivaciones que pones a competir las campañas entre ellos y te crean, entre todos ellos, te crean una narrativa de marca. No esto solo estás hablando con, digamos, un insight o un claim de marca, sino lo que estás haciendo es mucho más humanista y estás hablando desde multiperspectivas de cómo yo te puedo ayudar como marca a que tú cumplas tus objetivos, ya sea un producto o un servicio. Entonces tiene un punto que sí que es la creatividad al servicio de la estrategia, pero también volviendo a poner al ser humano en el centro de todo, que yo creo que muchas veces nos estamos olvidando con esta fe ciega que tenemos en los datos. Entonces creamos este sistema y creerme que ha mejorado muchísimo el retorno de las inversiones, y no solo eso, sino también el retorno del aprendizaje. Cada vez sabemos más qué es lo que nos interesa, sabemos más de nuestros clientes, qué es lo que importa. Importa cuidar a tus clientes. Entonces, esto es un poco el concepto filosófico o el marco conceptual que nosotros creamos con este Creativity Growth Model, pero es básicamente, otra vez, que a veces parece que nos olvidamos, que es poner a las personas en el centro de todo, que es para eso para lo que nos levantamos todos los días.
Justo. De hecho, lo que hicimos fue un poco darle la vuelta a la tortilla, ¿no? Como nosotros decimos. Por un lado, había un flujo de creación donde tú tenías tu producto, tu empresa, definías tu target y en función de tu target definías la creatividad, ¿no? Nosotros y lanzabas la creatividad segmentando por campaña y ibas segmentando.
Lo importante era en ese lo importante era el target, ¿no?
Justo,
la segmentación
todo
que
el mundo, de hecho, en Rocking muchas veces tenemos discusiones, ¿no? Entre comillas, con nuestros clientes de es que no estás segmentando bien, estás usando segmentaciones muy amplias. Claro, desde que empezamos con esta estrategia del Creativity Growth Model, empezamos a hacer lo que nosotros llamamos segmentar por contenido, ¿vale? ¿Qué significa segmentar por contenido? Si tú antes definías tu target y en función de ese target la creatividad, pusimos la creatividad por delante del target. Lo que decía Charlie, ¿no? Dimos un paso atrás y dijimos, oye, por ejemplo, se me ocurre un ejemplo que trabajamos con el área de innovación de Pascual, ¿no? Que sacaron una cerveza que estaba hecha con pan, Si a ti te llega un proyecto y dices, oye, que quiero sacar una cerveza, ¿a quién vas a segmentar? A la gente que le gusta la cerveza. Nosotros dimos un paso atrás y dijimos, a ver, ¿qué motivaciones ligadas a tu propio producto diferentes a la cerveza puede haber para que tu público consuma tu producto? Me acuerdo que definimos, por un lado, la motivación del sabor, es decir, oye, una cerveza hecha con pan, qué tipo de sabor va a tener, y empezamos a crear contenido en torno alrededor del sabor. Por otro lado, hicimos contenido en torno al delivery del propio producto, porque no era una cerveza que estuviese en todos los supermercados, ni mucho menos. Y el tercero, contenido en torno al impacto medioambiental, ¿no? Porque todo esto de fabricar cerveza con pan era para reducir los residuos, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, creamos campañas diferentes en torno a estas motivaciones y mediante audiencias muy amplias dejamos que el contenido sea el que encuentre a ese público que tiene diferentes motivaciones, ¿no? Entonces, eso nos permite jugar con audiencias muchísimo más amplias, ¿vale? Muchísimo más amplias, y el retorno, o sea, la optimización la hace la propia creatividad. Entonces, según las segmentaciones amplias que use, algunas funcionarán mejor una motivación por estadística y otras funcionarán otras, ¿no? Entonces, aquí hay mucha guerra y si muchos de vosotros os dedicáis al performance, nuestra recomendación es no hacerle nunca caso a los account managers de Facebook, y aquí Quique nos puede decir mucho más.
Espero que no haya ningún account de Facebook por aquí, pero bueno, nosotros la realidad es que nosotros estamos en el tier, llegamos a estar, luego bajamos, pero llegamos a estar en el tier más alto dentro de Facebook. Como funciona al final es en función de la inversión que vas haciendo en Facebook, pues te van metiendo en tiers, ¿no? Y nosotros estamos en el más alto, o sea, competíamos con empresas que se dejaban decenas de millones, ¿vale? Nos metieron ahí un poco también por expectativas. Y os soy totalmente sincero, nos ayudaron un poco, no nos ayudaron un poco, nos ayudaron mucho, nos querían ayudar mucho, pero lo que nos contaban no nos valía de mucho. De hecho, muchas veces se enfadaban porque no les hacíamos caso, en plan, pero es que os estamos diciendo que hagáis esto ya, pero es que haciéndolo como estamos haciendo nosotros, nos está funcionando. Y hay me acuerdo perfectamente que hubo un ejemplo que nos querían vender una nueva tecnología, que ya no me acuerdo cómo se llamaba, hace 2 años, que iba a cambiar todo, y nosotros la probamos, era una nueva forma de segmentarla, la probamos y dijimos, esto no funciona para nada. Y la realidad es que teníamos razón, al año y medio la descontinuaron. Con lo cual, al final el aprendizaje de esto es que hay que probar, y nosotros es verdad que esto que dice Raúl, nosotros lo llevamos haciendo ya tiempo y funciona, porque para que entendáis cómo funciona Facebook, Twitter y todas estas, básicamente ellos empiezan a disparar, o cómo funciona este modelo, empiezan a disparar un poco a todo, ¿no? Entonces, imaginaros que os tocan a todos, y que a 10 de vosotros esa creatividad, ese mensaje os ha llegado, y entonces o le dais a like, o entráis, veis la landing y tal. Pues entonces Facebook lo que hace es coge esas 10 personas, las analiza y hace una coctelera. Entonces dice, vale, estas 10 personas tienen en común todo esto, pues ahora sí voy a disparar a personas como estas 10. Y ahí es cuando ya el algoritmo de Facebook empieza a funcionar y empieza a disparar bien.
Por eso, a día de hoy funcionan muchísimo mejor las segmentaciones amplias y muchas veces sin segmentación. Mira, solo quiero mujeres y de todas las edades.
Y sin zona geográfica y tal.
Zona geográfica.
Y esto Facebook hace 5 años cuando nosotros empezamos era una locura para ellos, o sea, ellos te decían que había que hacer microsegmentaciones a saco, o sea, tener 100 tipos de campañas diferentes, y nosotros al principio empezamos a hacer microsegmentaciones y nos dimos cuenta que nos funcionaba mejor probamos de todo, hacer campañas sueltas. Y ahora Facebook lo que te recomienda es que amplíes y que el algoritmo lo hace solo, o sea, los propios de Facebook se han dado cuenta que esto funciona.
No, total. ¿Cuántos de vosotros se dedican al performance o algo parecido al growth dentro de la empresa digital?
Poquitos.
¿Nadie? Entonces vamos a bajar el tono técnico de la conversación.
Vale. Entonces, voy a hacer algo como un poco, es caricaturesco, pero entenderlo, para que entendáis. Hoy en día, un tío que va a Deloitte en patinete tiene los mismos intereses que mi primo que tiene el mismo patinete. Entonces, ¿de qué me vale que nosotros estemos en un despacho inventando es que el Bayer persona, segmentaciones sociodemográficas de 25 años, se llama Pedro, trabaja en banca, si después va en patinete el mismo patinete que mi primo? ¿Entendéis por dónde va? El interés es distinto. Entonces, todo eso, antes era una sociedad anfiteatral, que todos era pues un único discurso, pero hoy en día está súper atomizado. Todos tienen unos discursos completamente unipersonales, cada tío es un mundo, entonces tiene mucho más sentido que nosotros como seres humanos hablemos desde su punto creativo y no que tenga que ver con lo que nos dice una plataforma de Pedro, 25 años, trabaja en no sé qué. Ya no, eso no tiene sentido. Tiene otra vez más sentido decir, pues te hablo del patinete del mismo tío que va a Deloitte, que es un ejecutivo, que mi primo pequeño, pues seguro que le gustan las mismas piezas del mismo patinete o le voy a vender el mismo casco. Tiene más sentido eso, ¿verdad? Que no segmentar sociodemográficamente. Un poco para no ir un poco en ese tono un poco tan técnico como estábamos haciendo, pero va por ahí.
De hecho, esos son los arquetipos, ¿no?
Sí. Hay una cosa que se llaman los 12 arquetipos, que igual suena a un tío que se llama Carl Gustav Jung, que era seguidor de Sigmund Freud, y de que desde que el hombre es hombre, desde que nos contamos historias en el fuego, hay como 12 arquetipos, y esto está en la Biblia, está en la serie favorita que ves de Netflix o en tu novela favorita. Y hay como 12 arquetipos de personas: el héroe, el sabio, el malvado. Entonces Nike, por ejemplo, Nike es el héroe. Nike no te vende zapatillas, Nike te vende el deportista que tú tienes dentro. O Apple no te vende telefonitos y no te vende auriculares y ordenadores. Apple te vende innovación. Entonces, con ese concepto paraguas, yo claro, te puedo vender después lo que me dé la gana. Te puedo vender una aplicación para salir a correr, o te puedo vender pues unos cascos, ¿vale? Cuando antes solo era ordenadores. Entonces, tiene mucho que ver con eso, con esa condición humana. Tiene mucho más que ver con empezar a reflexionar sobre cómo somos nosotros como seres humanos, cuáles son nuestros miedos, nuestras ambiciones, y ponerlo al servicio de la estrategia, ¿vale? Pero es volver a tener, lo que os decía al principio, volver a tener a las personas en el centro. Y olvidarnos a veces de tantos datos que a veces están corruptos o no reflejan lo que realmente queremos buscar. Tiene que ver con eso.
En definitiva, nosotros nos hemos dado cuenta que dentro del growth, que al final es una especialidad muy técnica, muy numérica, y donde se basa mucho en la experimentación en cualquier canal que estemos trabajando, ya sea en inversión en plataformas o en la recurrencia de tu producto. Si queremos ser realmente cliente céntricos, realmente tenemos que poner al cliente en el centro y tenemos que descubrir, analizar y estudiar muy bien cuál es su motivación en cada momento, ¿vale? No vale de nada que seamos muy, muy técnicos si dejamos a un lado lo más importante, que es a nuestro cliente, si es qué le motiva de verdad y qué le mueve. Porque cuando te pegan directamente en tu pain, entonces cuando consigues la atención, ¿no? Todos estamos haciendo scroll y tenemos millones de impactos, y cuando algo te llama la atención porque de repente hay algo que realmente te interesa o que va contigo, es cuando te paras y conviertes. Y da igual que te estén segmentando por intereses, no. O sea, es más por ti mismo y por tus motivaciones que por la data, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros desde Rocking, dentro de toda la estrategia de growth, que por supuesto es muy analítica, es muy de experimentación, el cliente siempre está en el centro, y en torno a eso empezamos a crear toda la estrategia que hay alrededor, ¿no? Y cualquiera que os dé un discurso diferente, yo digo que va a ser muy, muy complicado tener éxito en el crecimiento tanto digital como no digital. Entonces, no sé si tenéis algo más que comentar de vuestra experiencia, Quique, en The Power.
Bueno, no, yo simplemente quería comentar el por qué nosotros, que me acabo de caer, por qué nosotros, que es muy ilustrativo, por qué nosotros empezamos a hacer esto también. Y acabo de caer porque era, y es que nosotros cuando empezamos a probar estas cosas, realmente nosotros hemos vendido siempre al no cliente. O sea, no sé si todos conocéis qué es The Power MBA, pero muchos lo conoceréis. Nosotros hemos vendido másters a todo el mundo. O sea, entonces nosotros decíamos que vendíamos máster al que no quería hacer un máster. De hecho, era uno de nuestros claims. Entonces, claro, ¿cómo segmentas tú ahí? Nosotros empezamos a hacer esto en parte también por eso. ¿Cómo segmentas tú en una campaña si no sabes realmente si estás disparando a un no cliente, ¿no? O sea, no estábamos disparando a los que querían hacer un máster, porque para eso también estaban el resto de escuelas de negocio. Estábamos disparando a gente que le decíamos, oye, por 600 euros y por 15 minutos al día puedes estudiar, puedes aprender de esto. Entonces la gente decía, coño, qué interesante, voy a verlo y me voy a apuntar. Entonces así es como nos dimos cuenta, tío, que al final que al final no segmentar nos funcionaba mejor que segmentar, pero lo importante ahí era lanzar los mensajes correctos y que la persona viera el objetivo. O sea, nosotros no decíamos, hazte un máster de negocios, alguna vez hemos hecho alguna campaña por probar, nosotros decíamos, conviértete en o aprende de esto otro. Entonces siempre es el objetivo, ¿no? El objetivo al final que vas a conseguir con el producto, con el servicio que vendes.
Totalmente. Charly, ¿algo más que añadir?
Sí, bueno, a mí esta parte me gusta especialmente porque es devolverle, digamos, la creatividad a nuestro sector, porque muchas veces estamos como muy condicionados. Evidentemente todos trabajamos con datos, a cliente hay que presentarle datos y todos perseguimos unos objetivos que son numéricos, obviamente. Pero lo bueno, y lo que nos ha refutado este modelo es que no podemos perder de vista pues cosas que están pasando en la sociedad, y hay pequeñas cosas que pueden aparecer en las noticias, igual que la bolsa, pues pequeñas cosas que hay en la sociedad, pues cómo pueden ir cambiando los gustos, los intereses de las personas. Por eso hay que estar siempre atento y no perder ese lado, digamos, humanista, ese lado antropológico de entender bien qué es el ser humano, y que no lo mismo va a funcionar. Imaginaos que llevas una cuenta que es internacional, no lo va a funcionar lo mismo, no van a tener las mismas motivaciones en España que en Francia, por ejemplo, o en España que en Latinoamérica, que trabajamos mucho con México. Entonces hay que estar como muy pendiente, también trabajar con gente que es local y que pueda entender mucho el lenguaje. Hay que hablar el mismo lenguaje que las personas donde vas a recibir, porque el lenguaje dice mucho, donde vas a recibir esas creatividades. Así que nada, yo la verdad que me encanta que este modelo haya funcionado, porque devuelve a las personas su lugar en este mundo tan lleno de digital, de tecnología, y nos vuelve a poner a nosotros como protagonistas.
Y la esperanza de seguir invirtiendo en performance, ¿no?
Y la esperanza de seguir invirtiendo.
Correcto. Pues nada, oye chicos, muchísimas gracias.
Nada.
Yo creo que el mensaje ha quedado muy claro, ¿no? De poner al cliente en el centro y sus motivaciones, y así es como trabajamos en Rocking para hacer crecer a nuestros clientes. Muchas gracias a todos.
Y muchas gracias a ustedes también. A mí me gusta el mensaje también, especialmente lo de poner al cliente al centro, porque es algo muy importante de la parte de startup también. Y para cerrar el día aquí en Corner Stage, voy a hablar en inglés por la gente que están en vivo. Thank you very much for those who have joined us at the Corner Stage. Today we're closing here, but it's not over. There are still a lot of startup pitch competitions happening in South Summit. And a big tip for tomorrow, those coming to the conference, do make sure to stay until the end to find out the winners. And one thing that I learned today, if you go on the app, you can actually buy food from the app rather than queuing for too long. So that's one tip that I found out today. Way too late, and I wish I was told before. So enjoy today, and again, tonight there's also a networking at Plaza de Santa Ana. Again, for those who might not be aware, that's where most of us will go, so we can continue talking and discovering this fantastic world of South Summit. Thank you.